Yeah, and it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, don't do that, me! Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey,
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. A fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my God. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
I have the holocron. See here. You didn't make it, Grease.
Here? Did you get out?
Ah! Ah! I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia, and I hate it. Oh wait, is that an empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. There's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And-
should be the upcoming update that's...
What the hell is that?
That is Barry. Barry. So you gotta say hey to
So
Barry.
is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or less.
And they just keep all their
just keep going along.
other
You're doing
prop?
fine. You're doing fine.
Oh fuck! What was that? What is that? What the hell is that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah. You know what? T, you know I will get you for this.
Yeah, I know.
I will
Oh,
get you.
bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
Oh, well, I missed this.
All right. Anything on your
here
EMF?
Do you want to play ball with me? Okay. Fuck that. No.
We are off and running, chat. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah, the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No.
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
No. Just
Magna.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
Shuts off the armor.
Let me see if there's a switch over here.
That'd be one.
These switches here.
That was not us.
Again. Alright.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What?
She didn't
I thought
say
you were in
anything.
another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought
that was Serena. I heard Mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here.
Maker.
Maker. You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name is T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It sounded like a voice.
I don't... It did.
Yeah, it wasn't your... Cause
No,
I
it
hear you
wasn't me.
squeaking
It
now,
wasn't.
and doesn't
Nothing got
sound
caught
like
in my throat. There was. I marked it, but it was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't. Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, Cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very... Wow, hang on. It's a very rushed... It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Oh, this one's definitely definitely.
I mean, something's.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
They're just not talking to us right now.
they're just not talking to us right now.
You want to go into the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it can destroy my software, but I made that choice when I hooked into that first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we won't see the outside together. But I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past. But I see futures in companions and you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is going to be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. Why am I crying in a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I am. Finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute. I'll move your butt just a little bit.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah.
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
That might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did someone just? Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going. Everything you got. Oh, I don't know. I'm worried. He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve
We got him.
Saylor? Steve Saylor? You did it! You did it! Congratulations, Steve Saylor! You just picked up your second seal. That's a motherfucking raid seal. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Teams. I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
The team made entirely of your clan. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it.
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay. All right, everybody. Hope you all are strapped in because I, for one, did not see this on my bingo card. The notion that I would be joining a class action lawsuit, yeah, did not see that coming. Hi, everybody. Hope you're having a good night. I hope you're having a good night. My name is T. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. I should have music on here, but let's see. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There's volume. Shouldn't be. There it is. All right, I'm gonna see what's wrong with Pretzel Rocks, man. This was why I dumped Pretzel Rocks to begin with. I've been having. Here's the thing: is the heartbreaker. I've been having a really good day. There it is. Okay, I was having a really good day up to only a few hours ago, and I think the heavy metal is appropriate for my little rant that's about to happen. Hey, how you doing there, Chris? Van, you take care of yourself. You are your best asset. So please take care of yourself. I don't just say that for the folks in that are streamers. I say that for my audience as well, because an audience is really no good to me unless they are taking care of themselves first and foremost. I say that for the people on YouTube and the people on Twitch. I love my Monster Mash. You know, I'm here because you're here. I say the same thing about my EMFers over on Twitch, and I appreciate that as well. First time in chat. Sword and Buckler. Ha! I know who that is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a streamer. Kevin is not a streamer. But this guy, Sword and Buckler. This man knows where the bodies are buried. He knows where the bodies are buried. This man's got all the dirt on me. He's got all the dirt on me, and man, he knows. Azra, thank you very much for that fine compliment. But yeah, I see Sword and Buckler in chat, and I'm like,
Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
so thanks, man. Thanks for being here, Kevin. I'm gonna be bringing everybody up to speed on what's going on in the headlines. The reason why I am I really feel like I've had my gut punched. I think that's the best way to describe it. I feel like I've had my gut punched. This is, like I said, this little development that just popped up on our radar, Pip and I did not see coming. And I'm going to give mad props to Forward Literary. They are my previous agent. I haven't had really nice things to say about them. I'm just being, totally transparent. But today, this is one of those days where they actually stepped up, did the right thing, and they contacted me and Pip about this situation. Now, before we get into that entire thing, let me just get warmed up first, because man, coming at you guys strong with what's on my mind might be a little much. So I'd rather just go on ahead and talk about some of the good things that happened during this week, or today, I should say. The good things that happened today, because I was having a pretty freaking good day. And in fact, not just a good day, I was having a pretty, rocktastic, awesome day. I was ready to just, tear it up. But I will tell you, I will give you the, if you missed the update on, on the socials today, let's see, here it goes. Okay, in order of weight. Hicks is at 15.5 pounds. Dorito is at, they're not even two yet. So Hicks is at 15.5 pounds. Dorito is at 16.5 pounds. But still hanging on to his title as the litter unit. Hudson comes in at 16.7 pounds. These are three cats not even 2 years old, and collectively they weigh just under 50 pounds.
Guardian down.
I don't know what we're feeding them. I swear to God, we are not pumping them with nutrients. But I will say this about Hudson, Hicks, and Dorito. They got the clean bill of health today from the vet. I couldn't have been happier. Great cats. Again, hearing how great cats they were. They did a fantastic job on the they did a fantastic job on the trip, on the steroids. Yeah, thank you, thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Steroids. Man, steroids. Daddy DNA T. Yeah, I know. When we told Evie, she just went,
That's right. I found me a nice big old barn cat. Yeah, just wiggy away from me. He couldn't stay away from my tardy beans. And that's how I got pregnant.
and that's what happened there. True, how are you, True? Good to see you in chat. I smell amazing. Is that perfume? No. I'll tell you what it is. It's that new car smell. I will say that. It was a new car smell. Because that's the other thing that happened today. I went on a test drive. My wife and I, we were pulling in to the Audi to make some purchases, and that was when we realized that the Hyundai dealer was across the way. And we have been eyeing, well, okay, let me back up a bit. We have a perfectly fine car. Okay? We have a perfectly fine car. We are rocking the Nissan Leaf. and it's great for tootling around, getting their pod culture. But yes, the Ioniq. We've been tootling around, this area for different things in the Nissan Leaf. And let me tell you something: the Nissan Leaf is a perfect commuter car. The hamster car, no, that's the Kia. But close, same country. The Nissan Leaf is fantastic. Now it does say that it has a range of 100 miles, and that's on its best day. On its best day, it's got a range of 100 miles. But we really can't go 100 miles proper. And whenever we go to long distance trips, like the one that we took to see everybody in Kentucky, like Pod Culture and the folks over at Bourbon City Steam. Here's my pass from said event. Bourbon City Steam. It was good times. Whenever we go out for investigations or what have you, we have been renting. Now, there is nothing wrong with the Volt, but the Volt is showing its age. First off, one, it has nearly I think it has nearly 128,000 miles on it. This car does not owe us a flippin' thing. But every time we turn it on, we get that feeling.
I see you shiver with anticipation.
Are we good? It's fine. We did bump it though. When we first got into this area, we bumped something underneath the car, and now we have to clear the system in the car all the time so that it will charge again. But whatever was jostled, it was enough that to fix it, it's going to cost when we say fix is we get a technician to actually go in, clear the system, and have it stay cleared, right? That's going to cost us like $1,200, and we're like, no, we're not doing that. It's still running, it's still charging. We have these are electric cars we're looking at, because we have been in the transition of driving green since 2012. I mean, that's how long we've been at this. And yeah, I know I'm showing my age when it comes to EV.
What a cutie.
Thank you.
Hot piece of old man ass.
And I'm conscientious on the environment as well. But we've been driving a Nissan Leaf. Better stick to gas. I'd rather not, True. I'd rather not. Getting rid of reliance on the fossil fuels has been nothing but brilliant. We noticed it when we noticed it straight away when we had the fully electric EV, and then we had a gas car, and then when we went from gas car to EV with range extender, that was terrific too. Electric cars are not green. No, I don't know what. True, I'm not. This is trust me, we have gone deep into this. We've gone deep into this research. Electric cars are way better for the environment than fossil fuel cars. Period. Hybrids are great. EVs maybe a step better. And I know the big issue is the lithium batteries, and what do they do with said batteries? All right, true. This is not a place for that debate, because you're not going to change my mind. Because I have noticed the difference in our bills. I have noticed the difference in the experience of driving green, and I've been very, very happy with EVs. So, getting back on track here. I want the transporter from Trek. Well, that's a different type of green technology we haven't even gotten into, Brad. But the Volt has been an incredible drive. I have driven all kinds of cars, and honestly, I am sad. I'm sad that the Volt. I can talk about it extensively. Yes, you can. I know you can. I know you can, Kevin. But I've been very, very happy with the Volt's performance and its mileage, and everything's been fine. but it's starting to show its age. And I really was just like, I wanna get a and I'm not full transparency. For the longest time, I had an eye for getting a Tesla, or a Tesla, as our pumpkin in chief calls it. And I really had my eye on a Tesla. And then suddenly the Emperor had no clothes, and I'm like, there's got to be some alternatives. Now, back in the early days in 2012 when I started driving, there were other options other than the Tesla. There was Nissan, the Nissan Leaf, which has been great. And I do. I love me my Nissan Leaf. I do. However, oh wait, I gotta just hit the symbol and done that. All right. So anyway, so there was a Mitsubishi one, but that one was terrible. The Mitsubishi EV was just a horrendous drive. It was not cool. And then I drove. I've test driven a Tesla, and I test drove. What happened? What happened, Cheesy Bob? Yeah, I had a yeah, Azra. They are cheap. Probably because nobody wants to. Well, again, it's one of those things where the swastika and the Zyba truck just really kind of left a sour taste in people's mouths. But Cheesy Bob, I just had to ban somebody because they were talking about finding the best viewers and cheapest viewers. And trust me, nobody comes cheaper when it comes to the viewers. No one are cheaper than the people here. I am proud of my cheap views and my cheap viewers. Anyway, we were talking about electric cars. So that was 2012. That was 2012. Not a lot of options. Now here we are, 13 years later, and we got options out of the wazoo. And originally, yes, I was hell bent on leather, picking up the Mustang Mach-E. And no, I didn't say you were easy. I didn't say you were easy, Kevin. I said you were cheap. There's a difference. There's a big old difference. Okay, so remember that.
You better settle down over there. I'm gonna come talk to you.
Okay. Anyway, so I was looking seriously at the Mach-E, and Pip was even debating today about doing a test drive of the Mach-E, and I was all for it. But here's the thing. We haven't narrowed down after we looked at all the different, and yes, Rivian was a choice, but I didn't necessarily want a truck. I did, however, really start looking at. We had it narrowed down to two. The two that we knew, these were the cars that maybe were the best for us. One was the Mach-E. The other one was the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. And one of the things that I really like about the Ioniq 6, the 2025 model of the Ioniq 6, I believe that's the one we're looking at. That is actually like a mini SUV. It's got a hatchback, and it's got a little more room in the trunk. And based on we actually rented when we went down to the USS North Carolina for investigation. We actually got a Hyundai mini SUV we took down with us. I loved it. It was a great experience. But the other thing that was a big plus about the Ioniq versus the Mach-E was the Ioniq had about 50 miles more range when it came to a fully charged battery. Now, that makes a huge difference in how far you want to go and what you want to do with it. So today, since they've got a special deal going on with the with leasing program and all that stuff, Pip and I decided to take an Ioniq out for a test drive, and I'm here to tell you, it was a delightful drive. It was absolutely delightful. Bad news, I can't get it in red. I could get it in orange if I wanted to. For some reason, I can get it in orange.
It's a trap.
But I just wanted it red. Now, the funny thing was is that during the talk we were having, apparently the dealership manager came up and he sat down. He wanted to meet us and all that, all that chummy thing, right? And he says to me, so getting in red, is that a deal breaker? And I went, oh, bro. I mean, the guy was totally brotastic, okay, but in a way that I could manage it. I could, yeah, dude, no, just relax. It's not necessarily. I mean, yes, I would love to have this in like a cayenne red or something. But the downside is, that color was not necessarily available for the model we were looking at. The main thing is, I do not want a car that is black, white, or silver. Because pretty much the majority of cars that are on the road are black, white, and silver. And they did have a nice, like almost like a cerulean blue kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So I went on ahead and but Pip and I had a great time looking around. That I will judge, says the one with the red van and the Trailblazer. Well, there you go. Get a blue. It can be my target. That it seems like they had fewer colors available for the EVs than they did for some of their other models. Sadly, that particular royal blue for the TARDIS, yeah, they didn't have that color for the Ioniq, but the blue they did have was actually quite nice. It was quite nice. Real quick, everybody, got to make a quick announcement, though. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 25 seconds. Ads in 25 seconds. That is all. Okay. And then after the ad break, I'm going to come in, and then I'm going to kind of go on ahead and bring you up to speed on what is going on in my title and how can't you just buy a foil? No, I don't want this. I do not want to do the foil look. That is gross. Especially when the foils start to go. That makes it look even more gross. But yeah, for those of you who are off to ads, I'll see you in a bit. As far as the experience of taking the Ioniq out for a spin, the interior is freaking wonderful. We are trying to avoid leather if at all possible, because leather's nice. They do make some pretty ones. I admit they do make some nice wraps, but right now that is not on my to-do list. If OSI makes it really big, we'll do a wrap. We'll do a wrap. But as far as the testing of the testing drive, like I said, the test drive handled great. It handled like a lot of like my EV cars of the past. So I really enjoyed that. A lot of new bells and whistles, obviously. Some stuff that I wanted to make sure came with the car is standard now, which is even better. I will say the one thing that impressed me the most, the thing that was kind of a bummer, not enough cup holders. I would have liked to have had at least 2 more cup holders. But along with but they had 2 nice cup holders, strategically placed. Then they had this. They had a USB charging port at the front of the dash. Then they had a wireless one that was right next to that charger. And then inside the center compartment, 2 USB-C ports. I'm like, okay, I'm in for this. I'm digging this hard. So I did like that a lot. Bring back wood paneling for the sides. Look, I am not going to be buying the station wagon from Vacation, okay? I'm not going to be doing the Griswold-mobile, okay? Okay, Brad? Let that freaking go, okay? Let that freaking go. But the overall experience was very positive. And to be able to drive an EV and not have a penny of it, going back to the man baby, and then on top of that, I found out, does it let you change tones in the car via USB like the ones Toyotas do? I'll have to look into that. This might be the first car that I actually read from cover to cover, the manual on it. Because Holy Hannah in a Handbasket, it's pretty damn... There's a lot happening in this car. And I want to make sure I know what every light and every little beep this car makes. That I want to make sure that I stay on top of that. And let's see what else about the car. I'm trying to think of what else about the car. Just that I really enjoyed it. I did. I really enjoyed the experience. All right, I think everybody is back now from the ad break. So let's go on ahead and let's get into it. Let's get into it, everybody. All right. The day was kicking ass. I was feeling really good. I've been making some serious progress on Annaberg. Part 1 and part 2 of the USS North Carolina is ready to go. So I am stoked about that.
Hallelujah!
Giving that one.
Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
Annaberg is starting to come into play. I'm not ready yet to drop a premiere date, but let's go into what's happening here. So, many of you may or may not know. By the way, I saw your book in a bookstore in Germany. Oh, yeah. That was probably Books and Braun, and one of the German translations. Funny you should bring that up. So, Facebook, Meta, has a new AI LLM project. And for those of you who are not in the know, that stands for large language model, artificial intelligence large language model, known as Llama. This is one of their new projects, right? And a writer was bringing them up on a lawsuit, claiming that they were using his books. They were using his books, his published works, without permission to train this model. Now, I know I've got a lot of crossover because of, the generosity of Doug Worden. I know there's a lot of Doug audience. There's a lot of Doug audience that I share here, and you've heard Doug talk about AI. You've heard me talk about AI. And one of the things I think that Doug and I are simpatico in concerning AI is if you put in bad data, you're going to get bad data. And it's a developer's mantra: garbage in, garbage out. And when you're doing this on a large language model or an artificial intelligence machine, yeah, it's gonna be it's basically garbage in, garbage out on a grand scale. You want to make sure that the quality of data that you are putting into an AI or an LLM is solid. It's rock solid. And this writer was bringing Meta up for up on legal charges, basically claiming that the company Meta was in fact knowingly, that's the thing, knowingly. Who we got coming in? Oh, we got Panic resubbing for 62 months. Resubbing for 62 months. Thank you so much for that. Little bright spot in the day. Thank you, Panic. Love you. Love you. All right, going back to Meta. So today, apparently they said we're moving forward with the lawsuit. And here's the thing about the lawsuit. To have it move forward, they had to have what is more commonly known as a period of discoverability. And in that discoverability, they found out that not only was this one writer getting ripped off, and I'm going to try to be, I'm getting there. You came in at just the right time here, Panic. in a nutshell, Meta wanted to use published, fiction and nonfiction work in order to make sure that the quality of data going in was at least grammatically above board. Now, there is no perfectly edited work of fiction or perfectly edited work of nonfiction. Hell, for the first, all right, so Podcasting for Dummies, for example, that has been out for nearly 20 years. Yeah, we'll be coming up on the 20th anniversary of Podcasting for Dummies. 5 editions. Out of those 5 editions, 3 of them, there was this one glaring typo. YouTube. We meant to say youtube.com, and we said YouTube. And it stayed that way for 3 editions. We finally fixed it on number 4. And that's with many writers and not many writers, but many editors looking at it. YouTube. Yeah, look it up, Chris. You'll find it. YouTube. Anyway, we fixed it for the 4th edition, and of course we made sure it was fine for the 5th. But still, the basics of grammar, the basics of research in solid works of fiction and nonfiction, yeah, the stuff that goes through the proper processes of publishing and things like that, yeah, they're better than, say, people who just sit down and write something first draft and get it out there. And apparently Meta wanted to use published works. I like YouTube better. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, I know. There's a charm to YouTube. I think there is still a tub channel somewhere in Twitch as well. Don't go down that route. I have a book, Kevin, that will help you out. I've got a book that will help you out with Twitch. So apparently, the folks at Meta wanted to go to published works and use them as the learning criteria for Llama. They found out then what they'd have to go through in contacting writers and getting them to sign off and contacting editors and contacting publishers. And it became hard. It became really, really hard. Let me try that again.
It got really, really hard.
To get stuff done. I mean, they'd have to wait. No kidding, chat. They would have to wait 4 months to find out if they could get even permission for 1. But we want it now. So, somebody pitched it. Somebody pitched it to the folks at Meta. Well, you know what we could do is we could torrent. We could torrent some books, and we can just keep it real simple. Just yeah, exactly. 1-800-WAMBulance. So they said we could just go on ahead and torrent from this website, a known pirate site in Russia. I'm going to say that again slower for the kids in the back. Somebody ran up the flagpole at Meta. We could go on ahead and torrent this stuff. It's out there already. All we have to do is go get it. So let's torrent it. And they torrent it. And keep in mind, this is Meta, a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And instead of doing things properly to get a higher quality of content, somebody at Meta ran up the flagpole, and yes, Little Caesar Zuckerberg gave it a thumbs up, and that's documented in email. They gave a thumbs up. Let's go ahead and let's torrent off of a known pirate site based out of Russia all of this fiction and all of this nonfiction. And during this period of discoverability, not only did they find out that Zuckerberg signed off on it, they also found out that people were going, it feels weird torrenting something on my Meta laptop. And you know, there's a little bit of risk here. There's a little bit of risk here about, you know, about what we're doing. It just feels a little wrong. My car's color is called Pull Me Over Red. I love that Gateway Area Paranormal, or GAP. How are you over on YouTube? Now, if you're wondering why am I sharing this over on YouTube on the Old Spirits channel, it's because I literally just approved and downloaded today. That was another thing that happened today. I downloaded the cover for our upcoming anthology that Phil and I have written. We are self-publishing an anthology called Inspired by True Events, and these are all short stories that involves cryptids, UFOs, and ghosts. And they were all some inspirations that Phil and I took away from our various outings with Old Spirits. And I was really excited. And it is still going to be released. It's probably going to see its release in May. And I'm really excited because this is the first time I have new fiction coming out. Today, however, really feels like a punch in the gut. Because here are because there is a website you can go to if you are a published author. And when I say a published author, I'm not just talking about people that were published in New York. I'm talking about people that have been published with big houses, small houses, and independent published. As in, I self-published it. Let me go ahead and read off to you some of the things that when I crypto UFOs, got it. Cryptids, Azra, cryptids, UFOs, and ghosts. But let me go ahead and let me get back to, Glenn has found his self-published stuff on torrents. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, authors know about torrent sites. People know, and all you can do, especially when you are self-published, all you can do is just say, look, take it down, or I'm coming at you. And once they do that, they'll take it down, but then it'll pop up someplace else. In fact, it'll pop up on 5 other sites. It is not that our works are out there on torrent sites. It's the fact that a multi-billion-dollar corporation thought it would be okay to just torrent what they needed. And what was even worse, they're trying to say, well, it was fair use.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
It was fair use that we got this off of a known pirate site based out of Russia. That is the argument of Meta. And when that they thought that would be enough to get the lawsuit dismissed, and it did not. And then today it got released. It got released that Meta had been doing this for months, and people were sending emails back and forth saying, this just doesn't feel right. But apparently Zuck said, we're good. We cool. With his bleach blonde tips and his they thought that was a good argument, Chris. It was fair use. And even the lawyers who know what fair use is said, yeah, this is fair use. It's fine. So these must be the same lawyers that were helping out, Giuliani and some of the other people involved with January 6th. But I digress. I do digress.
You better settle down over there. I'm going to come talk to you.
But this was being done. Now, here's the thing, Azra. Am I surprised? Not really. I'm not really. Yeah, steal Zuck's car, but fair use. Exactly. I mean, am I surprised? I'm more disappointed. And I'm also freaking infuriated with the broligarchy. Because the thing is, it goes back to, and I know I've cited this quote over and over and over again, but there was a movie in the 80s called Excalibur, and it was a very loose telling, as much as 2.5 or 2 hours and 45 minutes, John Borman did. Great film, in my opinion. I love this movie. And it is a very loose telling of Le Mort d'Arthur, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, etc., etc. And in Excalibur, Merlin has this fantastic quote when Leondegrance, after all these years of fighting and all these years of fighting, Merlin finally, unifies England, and he's got this, he's on the way to unifying. Very loose, exactly. But visually stunning. It's a visually stunning film for the 80s. It's one of those iconic fantasy films that came out in the 80s, and in it, Leondegrance is they're taking steps to unifying England, and what happens? He sees the first kingdom that he's unified with. He sees the wife. He sees Igraine, and he's like, I need to tap that. I need to tap that like a keg right now. And he does, and he hasn't even tapped her. He's just seeing her, and the other king's like, oh, we on. And the next day, everything's going to shit. And Merlin says to Leondegrance, he says, I have worked hard to make this happen, and your lust got in the way. This could have been a great moment, a great treaty, a great unification, and it's all for nothing. Years to build, moments to ruin. And man, you talk about a line that has stuck with me for all these decades of life. Years to build, moments to ruin. You could say that. You could say that about so many things. And that's where I feel the disappointment, because Meta has, they have gone through hell and back to be taken seriously as a corporation, as an organization, because it was always just Facebook. And even when Meta, it wasn't that far back. It was not that recent when Facebook unveiled their brand new logo for Meta. And man, the pushback on how amateur hour that Meta logo is, but man, they said, nope, we're doubling down. That's our logo, and they put it everywhere. And okay, if you're gonna stand by it, stand by it. But here's where I'm really stunned. Meta, I'm still getting used to it. Meta is trying to, make a name for themselves. They're trying to be more than just Facebook. And they're trying to do these incredible things beyond social media. But then this. And they are, a multi-billion-dollar company really should know what fair use is and how it works. And let's be honest, fair use does not include a BitTorrent site. So, if you want the full list, here is the full list of books just from me. Just from me. These are books and short stories that Meta used in the training of their AI LLM Llama. Aladdin and His Wonderfully Infernal Device. It's a short story. Case of the Pitcher's Pendant. The Case of the Singing Sword. Twitch for Dummies. All of Twitter, a personal and professional guide to social networking with Twitter. Sam's Teach Yourself Twitter in 10 minutes. Discord for Dummies. Phoenix Rising, Book 1 of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. Phoenix Rising, The Janus Affair, Book 2 of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences series. Dawn's Early Light, Book 3 of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. Magical Machinations, Little Red Flying Hood, Aladdin and His Wonderful Infernal Device, Little Clockwork Mermaid, Mechanical Wings. That was a self-published. That's a self-published collection. Ministry Protocol, also self-published. That was a Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences anthology. The Diamond Conspiracy, Book 4 of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. The Ghost Rebellion, Book 5 of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. The Books and Brawn Dossier. That is a self-published anthology. Curse of the Silver Pharaoh. That is Book 1 of Verity Fitzroy in the Ministry 7. Social Media for Writers, Marketing Strategies for Building Your Audience and Selling Books. Podcasting for Dummies, editions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Deck the Cogs, That was a Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. Did they put the Piece of Trash Hoover's books into it? Which Hoover's books is that? Gotta go. My PC blowing up. Yeah, I understand. They might have poisoned the whole thing. Who knows? But Deck the Cogs, that was I believe that was a Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences holiday collection. I don't think we ever put it in the romance author. I have no idea. I have no idea if Trash Hoovers or Chuck Tingle is in there. I have no idea. I'll talk about other authors in just a second. We also have the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy, volumes 1, 2, and 3. I did those with Dragon Moon Press. They still are publishing those. Deck the Cogs was a digital anthology that we did for the holidays. Again, Operation Endgame. That's book 6 of the Ministry of Peculiar Occurrences. Expert Podcasting Practices for Dummies. That was a one-shot thing that we did with Wiley Publishing. The edition Tales from the Archives Volume 3. That one has also been used. And then we have Die Scheissen der Phoenix, which is the German translation of Phoenix Rising. And then Books in Brown, Die Scheissen der Phoenix. So yeah. If you count them all up, there's roughly 20, maybe even 30 titles in there. And here's what's really going to bake your noodle. I am not a New York Times best-selling author. I have topped Amazon lists. I have topped Locus bestseller. I'm a Locus bestseller. I'm an Amazon. Anybody can be an Amazon bestseller. I have won awards, so that does make me, an award-winning author. So will Facebook AI have the same grammatical mistakes as Podcasting for Dummies then? No, Azra, because they got not only the ones that had YouTube, but they will also have, and that's the other thing too. The way large language models and the way artificial intelligence models work is they will see the patterns in how we write. The grammatical stuff they will eventually be able to fix. But they already have edition 4 and 5, so they'll know that YouTube was actually meant to be YouTube. And that's the part that I find really amazing. I find it absolutely stunning that this multi-billion-dollar corporation really believed that what they were doing, and they didn't. That's the other thing. They have released emails that have pointed out that there were Meta associates that were going, this doesn't feel right. And as far as my, these are my books. These are just my books. Some of these titles I share with Pip, some that I do not. Pip's titles are in there as well. And I'm actually amazed. I'm amazed Moravia isn't in here. But apparently Billy made the cut, and the Complete Guide to Writing Fantasy made the cut. Pip's Geist books, Pip's Books of the Order, her original series with Ace Books. That was We got Pip Rage. We got serious Pip Rage. In fact, Here it is. This is Pip's thoughts.
Bite my sweet ass. Right.
So there you go. We have Pip involved. Along with Pip, Chuck Wendig, he found a few of his works. John Scalzi found a few of his works. Aaron Menke, the writer and storyteller behind Lore, his books were in there. Those are just the ones that I remember. And Alex Mitsuo of the Association for Paranormal Study, and someone you're going to see a lot of in season 4 because we did a couple of collaborations together. But yeah, Alex Mitsuo, her books, their books were also part of this. And joining a class action lawsuit was definitely not part of my bingo card for this year. And I have no idea what will come of this class action lawsuit. I mean, the only thing I can really hope in the end, the only thing I can really hope for, I guess, is that I get a pat on the back, maybe a couple of bucks. I know it's only March. I know. And I get some type of, because here's the other thing. This llama model, this large language model, this AI has already been downloaded over 500 million times. Oh, I'm sure they are. If Scalzi is involved and Chuck Wendig is involved, I guarantee you. The Asimovs, Ellison, the Bradbury, that's all in there as well. Again, this was taken from a torrent site, and a lot of stuff will be up for grabs. It's the audacity of it. It's the audacity of we're meta, so we can go on ahead and say, it's fair use. And it's a bit like the difference between a great example of this. By the way, real quick, I gotta say. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. It also smacks of that kind of ooginess that, again, Facebook made a platform about people railing against too. Were corporations that would they would basically troll like DeviantArt. They would troll DeviantArt, find really cool artwork, and then use it in their end of the year wrap-ups and summaries and things like that, and never pay artists for that work. And the reason why they got away with it, a lot of these corporations got away with this kind of stuff, was because there was nobody that would defend said artists back in the day. This is in the this is in the 2000s, like I'm going to say the 2000s to 2010, although people still try to get away with it. But there were artists that they stopped posting their work on DeviantArt because big corporations go in there, and for their end of the year portfolios that they hand out to their stock people, they would go on ahead. It's DeviantArt AI art, exactly. And I'm sure a lot of places are a lot of the corporations are using that, but they thought they could just go on ahead and do this because they're meta. No one's going to care. They're meta. And it's the same thing where musicians had to go to various Republican and sometimes even Democrats and say, look, I didn't grant you permission to use my music. Please stop. I'm gonna take a breath here. Many artists I followed in high school jumped in 2010 due to the corn bands and I haven't been to DeviantArt in a long time secondhand, but I'm sure with the rise of generative AI and everybody now calling themselves a generative AI artist or digital artist. I mean, I'm like, look, if you can't change the original, if you've got to do an entire prompt all over again, you're not an artist. You're somebody you're a prompt engineer, which I find to be one of the most pretentious titles I've ever heard in tech fields. Prompt engineer. Yeah, that's basically somebody that can put together words really well. We call that a writer. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. I pumped on the brakes because I knew we were in the middle of an ad break. but the thing that I'm it really, I mean, the way to find out this way, though, to find out based on another writer's lawsuit, and then find out that the thing about this llama AI assistant, whatever it is, this llama app, it has been downloaded nearly 700,000 times already, and I'm sure they're somehow, I'm sure Meta is somehow, generating revenue from this for themselves, because someone's got to pay their paychecks. And I've always been sympathetic. I've always been sympathetic to places like Meta and Twitch and because they have to have these different social platforms. They do not scale very well. When Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, all these places started off, there was no scalability. That was never a thing. But where I really take offense is now these free services, these platforms, maybe not so much Twitch, but these, and that's why I'm running ads, because I really do. What the masses care about, what the masses care about is they want to be able to get to their Facebook. They want to be able to get to Twitter. They want to be able to get to Blue Sky, whatever you want. And that I understand now. But it really does boggle my mind that a multi-billion-dollar corporation like Meta looked at what they were doing and going, we'll just say it's fair use. It's one thing when I hear individuals, I've seen people really stretch the boundaries of fair use. But this is a blatant disregard of intellectual property. And it's a blatant disregard of IP law. And is it enough to burn Facebook? No, it's not. I mean, Facebook walked away from the Cambridge. It should have ended for Facebook during the Cambridge Analytica scandal. The fact that they were taking data, something that I know I railed about back in the late aughts, the late aughts, when I was like, look, playing Farmville and taking these ridiculous Disney quizzes, you're giving away personal information. You need to pump the brakes. And then when I went back to my bosses and said, look, the reason why this message isn't sinking in is because you're going against convenience. Back in the early aughts, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, it was all about being in the moment. It was all about staying connected to people that you cared about, and friends and family and all that. And yeah, navigating copyright, navigating IP laws, really hard. But it is now 2025. We have been down this road several times over. And the fact that Meta, the fact that Zuckerberg himself signed off on it, that's the part that's really amazing to me. And the reason I'm talking about this over on YouTube is that you hear us talk about that all the time in Old Spirits. Phil and I are writers. We are storytellers. That is why we are releasing this anthology in 2 months. And we love what we do, but we also love to write. And a lot of the stuff that we write, we draw inspiration. We draw sincere inspiration from all these different places that we visit and all this history that we uncover. It's great. But man, this really does... This does feel like a kick in the gut. It feels like such a kick in the gut. And it also makes me feel a bit devalued. But I will say this. We joined the class action lawsuit. Where were the meta legal team when they floated this idea? They were the ones that said, we'll just call it fair use. Apparently, Kevin, that was what they said. They said, we're floating this under fair use. And of course, when it was presented before a judge and a courtroom, they said, no, this isn't fair use. You were torrenting off of a known pirate site. And you have all these emails warning people, this doesn't feel right. There's a lot of risk here. Don't we all the issue of people using AI to make books? Yeah, I know. I mean, and the thing is, though, but here's the thing. We do secondhand. There are people already writing AI books, and they're crap, and people know they're crap. But this isn't about AI books. It's about making better AI models. And to do that, instead of using... It's like making a carbon copy of a carbon copy. It's making a copy of a copy. Making a JPEG from a JPEG. Why make a JPEG... Why make a JPEG from another JPEG when you have access to the PSD? And that's kind of what I think that was the mentality here. And not only did I reach out and with Pip join the lawsuit, I actually reached out to Doug. I reached out to Doug Worden. And I talked a little bit about the collaboration we were supposed to be doing together. And I'm hoping that it will still come to fruition. But Doug also just started up a podcast that covers all kinds of different things concerning technology, business, etc., etc., etc. And I floated him the idea of coming on his podcast, his new podcast, and saying, if you want to talk to somebody that has been directly affected by this, I'm all for it. I'm ready to talk about this. I'm ready to talk about the dangerous precedent that this sets. Fair use has its... I mean, we use fair use all the time. We even have it in our... If you look at our show descriptions and episode descriptions in Old Spirits, we cite the fair use doctrine and the cases involved with it, because there are times we throw in clips, we throw in clips from other movies and television shows that all have some kind of that kind of add a little bit of humorous spice to what we do, and it's all done in fair use. And there's a big difference. There's a big difference between using a clip of something strictly for a laugh versus taking an entire episode of someone's work and using it to make my work better. And people have used fair use as a really broad testing ground, like a proving ground for this sort of thing. And it's like, look, there are limits. And a perfect example, particularly from live streaming, happened only recently. QXC, one of the biggest streamers, was watching a film. He was watching a short film. No, I take it back. It was a full documentary, and I can't remember what it was, but it was 90 minutes long. And literally it was just him watching it. And he put it under his live stream. And literally it was the documentary, and it was him in the top corner. And I watched clips of it, and all he was doing was just watching. He was literally just watching it. He wasn't even commenting on it. He was just watching it. And as he's watching it, he gets up to use the bathroom, and the thing is, he never attributed the filmmaker to the thing, to the documentary. He just said, we're going to watch the documentary together. And then they watched it. And he got, and I believe they settled out of court. That's probably what's going to happen here with this class action lawsuit. They're going to make it go away. But I know Devin from Legal Eagle covered it, and said this isn't, then the argument was, well, it was fair use. It was fair use. No, it wasn't fair use. It was not fair use because you literally were not even adding commentary to it. And also, if you're using these little clips for fair use, but you're using it out of context of the movie itself, you're using it for for example, if I were to have a clip that I would play here, I would use the clip of Carter Burke, right? I'd use the clip of Carter Burke I would drop it in there, and it would be like, administration gets involved and security gets involved. It was a bad call, Ripley. It was a bad call, to reflect what it was like being at Meta. You know? I know, Van, and I'm sorry, but at least you'll be able to get into a you'll face plant after this. Fair use has its place, but yeah, the absolute audacity to say this is fair use, and you're downloading through BitTorrent with with Meta's access to whatever ridiculous bandwidth they do. It's got to be in the terabytes, and they're just pouring into this giant pot decades of work, both fiction and nonfiction. So yeah, they would have to pay me. They would have to pay me for permission, but instead, somebody, and including Zuckerberg, all thought this is fine. Petabytes, yeah. Make sure to say it's petabytes, not petabytes. That gets into some dark territory. And the other thing too, apparently, there was discussion that they found in the discoverability, in the discoverability phase, they found evidence that Facebook said, yeah, we'll just remove the if there's copyright information on any of these things that we download, we'll just remove it. They knew what they were doing was wrong. That is the part that is also really hard to stomach, and it also shows you the arrogance of the broligarchy. You reach a point, and even Pip and I were talking about it today. It feels like, because we were talking about it since we were 1.21 gigawatts. Yeah. Gigawatts. Yeah, you're right. I remember that. But here's the other thing when you think about it. If Elon Musk had not imploded the way he did during the pandemic and buying of Twitter and then becoming involved, we would have, I remember, even Star Trek Discovery wrote him in a clip, where they were talking about the greats of technology, and they mentioned Einstein, Hawking, and Musk. I remember Jason Isaacs had that, and that was before all of this went absolutely bonkers. And I said to Pip, I said, and that was today we had this conversation because we were talking about EVs. Because at one time, yeah, Tesla was my dream EV. I was ready to pick up a Tesla. Sorry, a Tesla. I was ready to pick one up, even if I couldn't afford it. And Pip said, yeah, my dad and I were talking about that, and we really believe, before we knew that Lorca was evil, exactly. But we all thought that. And then Pip said, it's something about when people get so much money, and even not just Pip's dad said the same thing. They earn so much money and so much influence that they truly believe their word cannot be questioned. And yeah, it's kind of true. It's kind of true. So there was was it before the articles of how he is not the creators or even the brains behind Tesla. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. He was never the original creator of Tesla, but the deal was he was gonna sign. He was gonna. I'll sign the checks, but you got to make me the CEO, and I get to take credit for everything. And then it was the same thing. It was the. If a Tesla gets sold, well, that's the thing. It's really, they should not have called the company Tesla. They should have called it Edison, because that's really what's going on here. It has been weird watching this full role reversal. But again, it goes back to something that Pip's dad even said, which was, yeah, some people just get so much money and so much influence that they just don't think they're wrong anymore. And it's weird that I want that's the other thing too. I want to be surprised. I really want to be surprised by this, but I'm not. It's meta. These are the same people that sold information, that sold data, and Cambridge Analytica had what they had happen. Then Cambridge Analytica did what they did, and it became a cesspool of misinformation. Now, granted, I was already tripping over myself I was already tripping over myself on certain things, and I would get all outraged. And then I found out, oh, Babylon Bee, that's an onion. Sometimes onion headlines would creep through. So now, and I would say this is pre-Cambridge Analytica, and I said, you know what, I got to stop doing knee-jerk reactions to stuff. And I realize I'm in the minority. I know I'm in the minority when I say I got to research my articles. I've got to understand where this article is coming from, and if it's not coming from a credible source, and when I say a credible source, I mean a credible source, whether it is a newspaper or otherwise. If it's Little Green Footballs, no, that's not. If you don't know Little Green Footballs, you can look it up. I don't even know if that guy's blog is still going, but you get where I'm coming from. It just. I am disappointed, but I'm also infuriated because for me, it comes back to you should have known better. You're freaking Meta. You're valued at billions of dollars. I know, you're right. You're absolutely right, Kevin. But you're valued at billions on billions of dollars. You have people on staff that are supposed to take care of this legal stuff for you so you don't make mistakes like this. And you're telling me that this one just got by you. This one that got the approval of Mark Zuckerberg, and nobody paused for 1 second to think, downloading copyrighted works of fiction and nonfiction from a known pirate site with torrent software. And you're telling me, oh, we can just say it's fair use and we Gucci. That's just This is kind of defense. It is Zuck. It was the OG guys that made the site. It would have been okay. Exactly. See, and that's the thing. They probably thought, well, we're not. But it's a bit like saying, well, yeah, I let's just say, don't take this wrong, Kevin. Let's say I shot my buddy Kevin. But I could say, hey, I didn't kill Kevin. The gun killed Kevin. And the gun is from a dealer that's from Russia. So really, the guy who sold me the gun, he should be the one held accountable. No. Now, if the guy who's the gun dealer shoots Kevin, that's one thing. Fair use. No, that's not done. That doesn't fall under fair use, Kevin. Now, if the gun dealer shoots Kevin, then the gun dealer, yes, it's his gun. He shot it. Boom. But if I buy the gun from said gun dealer, the gun dealer is more or less is free and clear. I'm still the guy that pulled the trigger. That's the thing. It's one thing, you know, it'd be great to say, oh, it was really the fault of the site because, you know, they had pirated material. They are liable to an extent. This is an entirely different conversation. And you're right. You're absolutely right. But the fact that Facebook, I keep saying Facebook, the fact that Meta did this, and even in the email conversations, they knew they were doing something wrong. And that's just aggravating. Especially when you're at that level. When you're at the level of Meta, you expect better. At least I do. And the what's going to happen at this point? I don't know. I don't know if this is just going to leave them with a black eye and they're just going to walk it off. I don't know if I just know that looking at the amount of work that they helped themselves to, that was real. And I'm the first one to say it, everybody. I'm small potatoes. I'm a small potatoes author compared to John Scalzi, compared to Chuck Wendig. And if me and Pip got burned and John and Chuck got burned and Aaron Menke got burned, I guarantee you there are some other people out there. There's some other big names that probably got I'll just throw this out there. I would not be at all surprised if Llama can speak High Valerian and Vulcan. You know? That doesn't surprise me at all. It does not surprise me at all. I mean, when I saw that there were Dragon Moon Press books in there, and Pip's books were in there, and my books were in there, I knew Siggy was going to get in there. And it's just it's a bit of a gut kick. If they walked away without shit, the FBI better never come knocking ever for my shit. I hear you. And maybe this is what the Broligarchy look like they're investing in. You know, maybe they're looking that people will look the other way. I don't think the legal system works the way the Broligarchy thinks it does. So we'll have to wait and see how all this plays out. We'll have to see how all of it plays out. And I gotta admit, I was having a great day. I was having an absolutely phenomenal day. And then I got this from Forward Lit. And I'm just kind of you know, playing it out in my head and trying to wonder, okay, where do we go from here? Yeah, and I'm sure her books are in there too. I'm sure the Handmaid's Tale books are in there as well. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, exactly. That is yeah. And quite honestly, you know, secondhand, I'm holding on to that 50-50. I am holding on to that 50. I giggle every time you call him Siggy. I imagine a cute little puppy, which seems to be as far from Sigler as one can get. The only reason I call Scott Sigler Siggy, and I only call him Siggy once or twice when I see him. One, I know he just kind of shakes his head at it, but two, we have roomed together at Dragon Con. We were there from the beginning, and while I call him Siggy, let me be perfectly clear. I respect the hell out of Scott Sigler. I love that guy. Hey, how you doing there, Spence? Speaking of people I respect. I think of the world of Nick Spencer. Just throwing that out there. Dude throws a hell of a room party. Oh, I remember that too, Pod Culture. Oh man, I still remember getting a phone call from some people at one of those room parties saying, T, you were taking pictures. Tell me you can get rid of some. And there were some that I did get rid of. And they will forever be be done. But when I say Siggy, I mean that strictly as a term of endearment. I respect what he does, and I love him dearly. I know the subject of which you speak. And but yeah, I can't imagine. Good times indeed, Spence. But I can't imagine what Siggy's going through. Hell, I can't imagine what Hutch is going through. I know that at least on LinkedIn, I know Hutch is no longer pushing his writing career as hard as he once did, and he's now he's all about transmedia and different things like that. But there is a part of you when you get published. There's a part of you that never quite gets over that thrill, never quite goes away. And I hope Siggy's okay. I hope Hutch is okay. And I just think it's just the whole broligarchy, the amount of avarice. It just boggles my mind. You couldn't spend all that money in one generation, even if you tried. Maybe even in 3 generations. But there you have it. All right, everybody. We're about to go into ad breaks. It's about 20 seconds out, but I want to take a break so we can all take a breath, and then we're going to focus on probably they probably did, but we'll have to details to come. We're going to take a break. Stretch the hammies, that kind of thing. I will see you all in a few. All right? Be right back. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps because I am at drill and he is not here. Over there?
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him?
Woo! Let's go, baby.
This is what the taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's 2. 10 seconds left. Bury another.
Take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me all your hype emotes in chat.
Let's go, baby.
Do it, baby.
All right, I've got a super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first invader kill.
Can we get some hype in chat, baby? I got another one.
There we go.
Let's go. I'm just Zuck.
All right,
I don't
Jack.
care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this, baby.
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
Hit it,
let's
baby.
go out on a
Hit it
win,
with everything
folks.
you got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
Let's go! How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I
Well,
took
no,
out like
it'll
maybe
say in
2
your
or
stats.
3.
It'll say in your stats.
It'll say my stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see, chat. Come on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was
I got
one away from
3.
a army of 1. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? That to be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T. They call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point.
10 years.
And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool at kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
Where's that? All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person. Whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very, wow, hang on. It's a very rushed, it sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
It's not quiet on this side with the REM pod.
Oh no, I can. We can all hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something. Let me try.
Okay, so Steve says I'm going to try something. I'll hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something. Let me try. Sitting down.
Oh God, I actually saw it move.
I've got some. I'm going to do that right over here. And then I'm going to drop that in and go shadow. Please make my shadows black so it pops a little harder. 100% opacity. 7 on the edge. Actually, let's tighten that up a bit. 5 pixels. There you go. Boom.
Oh God, I actually saw it move.
Really?
I saw it move.
I have never seen Sebastian with that look on his face. Are you? No, it's not that, Scott. It's not that. It's are you seeing this? Chat, I want you to look into my eyes. I want you to look in my eyes, chat. Sebastian, the beautiful one. I want you to look into my eyes. And I'm going to tell you something right now. This is the face of someone who was on his last fuck. This is someone who is on his last fuck. It's happening, chat. Oh, it's happening. And here I was worried that I didn't have anything to do. So there you go, right there. There's a great example of fair use that I practice on this channel. You know, I get a follow and I drop this in, you know? Yes. And that's just, you know, just a fun way of celebrating, you know, me doing this thing, right? And yeah, I did ask Pip, just so you know, I did ask Pip secondhand, did they get did they grab anything from Disney? And there you go. There you go. Are you not entertained? Exactly, you know? All that is fair use. And now granted, if I'm basically watching if I'm watching what is it? If I'm watching Gladiator and just watching the movie and you know, not dorking around with sound bites or anything, that's different. It was, and that was something I was always curious about. Like when Amazon was doing watch parties, and you know, it again goes back to the whole thing with Mystery Science Theater 3000. The difference between what they were doing, and a lot of times the movies that they were showing, they you know, that either the license had run out or the rights to show that movie were super duper cheap. I mean, let's be honest, it's Manos, The Hands of Fate, you know, things like that. And then they would go back and they would actually create new content from it by doing the heckling. which was, when you think about it, what they did on Mystery Science Theater 3000 was no different than Rocky Horror Picture Show. You know, they basically took the concept of Rocky Horror and they said, okay, we're going to do this for a whole bunch of bad movies. But the thing is that you go back and you watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show and you're like, well, that's actually a tribute to bad movies. The music is actually pretty damn good. You know, it gets complicated. It's complicated, chat. It's complicated. But anyway, speaking of complicated, let's go back and let's take a look at what hopefully will be we're nearing the end of our visit to the theater, because man, we were, you know, I was having a tough time trying to get past just the footage. If you look up here on the top, this purple bar right here, everything you see in that purple, in this particular part of the purple bar, that's all stuff. This is track 6. Everything on video track 6 is all stuff coming from Fast Eddie, coming from the different thing. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you. I completely blanked. So Pip has no idea if they had downloaded any Disney stuff, but if they downloaded anything from 20th Century Fox or the Alien franchise, bad news. That now falls under under Disney, because remember, the Alien Queen, yeah, she's now a Disney princess.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
So that means, oh, hey, take it easy, Chris. You have a good night. So that means that, yeah, Disney owns all the stuff from 20th Century Fox, which also includes Deadpool. So, yeah, that's a thing. So to everybody out there on YouTube, to everybody out there on Twitch, thank you for letting me voice my opinions about what's been going down. I'm going to be fine. I'm still going to release the anthology. It'll be torrented probably within days of me releasing it out to the public. But you know what? I always look on the bright side that maybe, just maybe, when people torrent books, you know, not necessarily meta, but you know, regular people, when they steal from authors like that, there's also a lot of bad juju that comes with those torrent sites. You have malware, you have viruses, you got all kinds of things that can F up a computer. So, you know, getting something for nothing, not always the case. And I saw that it looks like you found out how many ebooks were downloaded, if they're all this, you know, yeah. It's feeding the algorithm. It's feeding the LLM. So, but yeah, there you go. All right. So where we last left off, we had all this activity, and I think I just stopped. I just stopped recording all the stuff that was happening with the with Fast Eddie, because I just couldn't keep up. It was just impossible for me to keep up.
That door's open. Some weird noises coming from this.
Yeah. So I just want to see what happens next after this.
I don't want to say it sounded like a puck or a sprite, but it sounded like that.
I'm wondering if it is some sort of amalgamation of the characters that have been done here over the years. Wow, that just got cold.
Did I miss one? I think I missed one.
Some sort of amalgamation of the characters that have been done here over the years.
No, I didn't.
Wow, that just got
Okay,
cold.
thank God for that.
Save me. Was it like, save me? No, it was more like a little almost troop. Like a little, not a child's voice. Not
And that's a bug, not an orb.
Man or a woman's voice. But more like, save me. Stop.
Yeah, I'm getting goosebumps.
Save
all
me.
over my arms.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. And then it would stop. Then it would stop for a while. It was completely different because I could hear men and
Yeah, there
women's
was
voices,
nothing.
but it was completely different. Save me, stop, save me, stop.
And this is where, and that was where we ended it. So basically, the beeping that you're hearing coming from that orange box. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to give Van. I can't remember which time zone you're in. I can't remember if you're East Coast or Midwest or West Coast. But I was just gonna say, Van, if you are, if you're wanting to relax after all that, this will be a nice way for you to decompress because now we're in analytical mode, and Central. Okay, so basically it is probably like 7 p.m. If you got, hey Kathy, how are you? Good to see you over on YouTube. Mr. Walker, there you are. Ta-da! Welcome on in, Walker. I just wanted to say, Van, if you want to just relax and get analytical with us, you're more than welcome to, but do chill out. Do feel free to chill out after we all got wound up. So, and for those of you on YouTube, I'm just going to say now we're focusing on the paranormal. I got my rant out about what's going on. And you know what, John? I think you should also take a look too and find out if your books, because I do know that you are also a published author as well, sir. And I do respect that, as you know I do. I want go on ahead and just make sure that your books are okay. Heard about the meta thing. Want to set some stuff on fire. Exactly, John. Exactly. Here's my thing, though, about I just want to make I want to get this off my chest, though. The thing about people setting Teslars on fire, I don't think that's such a good idea. Here's why. Those are going to get covered by, or at least partially covered by some kind of insurance. I'd rather have Tesla just stuck with just models that are gathering dust and depreciating exponentially. I'd rather just have that. I think that's when, because people used to game the system by torching a place. Then I'm a perfect example. It happened in Richmond. I think I told this story once before, but there was this place in Richmond. We loved going there. We loved going there as a family. It's called Celebrity Room, and the owner his name was Gus Sephram, and he ran a pizza joint. He always, it could be 20 degrees outside. He would always be wearing the polos with the short polos with the collar. He'd always have the gold chains. He'd be like, "Hey, Wayne, Nancy, how you guys doing? Look at these kids. Yeah, they're having a good time here." And he loved Sinatra, and he loved Elvis, and he loved Marilyn Monroe, and he had all this memorabilia. He had all this memorabilia around the place, and he made pretty good pizza. It was like Italian. It was not Italian. It was Italian pizza. And and my dad was super savvy, but my dad was also kind of clueless when he wanted to be. We go in there one night as a family, and Dad's looking around. And he notices that all the pictures of Elvis and the vintage pictures, particularly the ones that Gus had autographed, all the pictures of Elvis, and then you had Marilyn. He had some autographed stuff for Frank, and he had some memorabilia. Frank. It was all gone. It was all off the walls. And Dad sees Gus work in the room as he does, and he goes, "Hey Gus, I noticed that all the decorations are gone. What's going on?" He goes, no big deal, Wayne, no big deal. I'm having them cleaned. I'm having them maintenance. No big deal. I'm just having them cleaned. I'm having them taken care of. The day after we ate there, that night, Celebrity Room went up in flames. Went up in flames. And my dad said to my mom, and I kid you not, my dad said to my mom, "Wow, really good luck for Gus that all of his stuff was being sent out to clean." And my mom just looked at him with this look on her face.
Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
So then, Gus takes the insurance money, builds a brand new Celebrity Room, 2 levels. It's got room for a little arcade. It's got glass floors. Oh my God, it is gorgeous. Yeah, what a coinky dink. It's gorgeous, right? You know, and Gus is there. Hey, Wayne, Nancy, look at this place. Isn't it great? You know, so copy it on print, rehang it up. Exactly. So they make a new celebrity room. Everything's great. And then Gus passes away. His son takes over. And the business is still doing great. But the one thing I noticed, when Gus was in charge, it was always fresh ingredients. It was always looking really good, you know. But near the end of the celebrity room, you know, it was like, you know, everything felt they weren't the ingredients were not as fresh. The pizza was getting a little greasier. And one day we go in, we noticed that the Elvis and, you know, all the collectibles, all the real, even the new ones, they're all gone. And we see Alan, and we go, Alan, hey. And Alan, you know, he wore long sleeve shirts, but he still had the, you know, button down navel, and he had the gold chains, and we go, hey, Alan, we noticed that the decorations, what's going on? You know, I mean, is everything okay? And Alan was like, oh yeah, you know, no big deal. Hey, no big deal, no big deal. You know, we just you know, had to send them out for cleaning. You know, they needed some maintenance, a little bit of maintenance. He walks away, and this time, my mom looked at Dad, and we all looked at each other, and we were all just like, let's not stay too late. And sure enough, the next morning, celebrity room burns down to the ground. And last we heard was that Alan Sephram basically packed up and said goodbye to Richmond. So yeah, that's you know, that, as you do. All right, so bringing it back to here, that beeping that you're hearing is EMF alerts, right? My dude, that only worked. No, it worked twice. It worked twice secondhand because there was at least 15 years between the, you know, maintenance thing. But yeah. So focusing on what we're doing here. We've got Fast Eddie going off, and he's basically, you know, doing the thing and alerting us of EMF. But I did a whole sweep around and you know, up against the wall. We were getting no EMF, so it was just constantly going off. So yeah, that was a bit compelling. I think we're nearing in on the last bit of us in the green room anyway. So let's see what happens after this.
On the train tracks while Snidely Whiplash is doing his thing.
Yeah.
Dudley Do Right comes in.
Yep.
Save me, stop.
So I basically turn off Fast Eddie, turn it back on.
It's the oddest voice I've ever heard on an Estes session.
I'm looking forward to trying the Estes.
Yeah, I mean, down here might be a good place. We can go to the other room.
I'd like to go in the other room.
Okay, secondhand, you have a good night.
I don't know if I.
Good night. Thank you for hanging out.
Don't tell us then.
Crazy. Okay.
Because I don't want to be
Contaminated. It has been going on. I did an entire sweep around this while it was going on,
including those.
and it was nothing. Right, I put it right up here. Nothing. This thing is going on consistently now. We got somebody's attention. We definitely do. Somebody see.
It's 8 o'clock, just so you know.
Yeah.
All right.
We can shift next door.
We're gonna go now.
All right, so let me just see what we got next. All right, so there's the master audio, theater top floor. This video is Green Room 6. So we move to the lounge.
we go.
Now, can you hear it?
Okay, so this may be a jump because we've got the lounge opens with you, Walker, sitting in the chairs, and obviously something's going down here. So Walker had an experience in the lounge at here, and this clip only goes for 23 minutes. But I still have a lot more audio here, so I'm trying to figure out if I have another video source that I can tap into. Oh no, the audio also wraps up here. So, all right, that basically means that we reach the end. We've reached the end of this particular leg of the exam. This leg of the investigation. Which means we have here nearly an hour's worth of content. Which, nothing to sneeze at. That's actually quite good. That's just 1 hour in. Now it doesn't mean that we're gonna throw this out there. This is the first pass. And this is actually theater main stage, so that's even more interesting. Oh dear. Okay, so we have the green room here, but we have the theater main stage here. So, all right. Ah, well, that's it. Okay. It probably wasn't. It probably was not all because I have some artifacts from the previous portion of the investigation. Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that was when we were on the main stage. So. I'm just cleaning things up here until there we go. All right, so I stand corrected. We actually have 30 minutes down here. So this is half an hour of investigation. And if I remember correctly, we actually pick it up. Oh no. We've got Oh, this is just set up. Okay. Easily we've got an episode here. So the question is, what do we have left to import in? Okay, let me just see if I have any other footage that I need to bring in here, because there's the lounge. Whoops, that was the wrong thing to pull up. There it is. I have to remember I'm on the PC now. I should be good. I can work on the PC. All right, so we've got Kenneth. No, the lounge is the last clip that I have. Okay. Do I have anything on the lounge in Taika? I bet I do. Where's that? There's one. Okay. See, here's where it got a little Walker's also going to stop talking in third person. All right. Let's see. Okay, so this is also the lounge. Okay, so 24 is the lounge, which means I think 25 is also the lounge. I did it again. See, I only bring up an edit on the PC side when I'm streaming. Right? When I do this, when I edit for realsies, it's on the Mac. And this is going to be the stuff that we're going to be looking at, me and Phil, next week when he comes for a visit. So I've got to make sure that I have something ready for him. And yeah, this is going to be interesting. Now, I'm just trying to think of anything else. Now this should also be, yeah. Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, we'll see how this goes. All right, let's start look. Okay, so here's where it gets complicated. We shut down in the theater, and then we jump. There's a jump because I remember going to check on something. I'm not sure exactly what I did, but I went to check on something that Phil was doing on the top floor. So Pip and I go up to the top floor. We figure it out. Everything's good. We come down to the bottom floor, and it's just pandemonium. There's just something going on that we don't. I never fully understood what was going on in the level when we walked away. I'm hoping that these two clips that I just imported are going to tell me. So let's find out first. Let's get things set. All right, so that's the green room, and that's, let's see, what is this? 3? Okay. So where are the sequences? Theater top floor, theater main stage, theater green room. It's right here. Okay. So here am I. Okay. So 04, and this is lounge. This is a neat place though, because the green room actually is connected to a lounge. So literally whenever the performers or the actors are done, they can go on ahead and they just come on out and they hang out with everybody. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. Now this time I don't think I have an inset camera, so I'm not going to be doing any inset camera work. Okay. I'm going to do exactly what I did last time, which was, whoa, not that. Which is I will zoom out. And then I'm going to replace the footage that is here with the new footage. And then we start again. Now this is the last. This is the last bit of footage. This is the last bit of footage for the first investigation that we did. The first investigation we did when we were. This was the first and only time we've ever done a back-to-back investigation of 2 different places. The first one was was in the theater, and we went from, I believe, 5 to 9, and then we had an hour's break, and then we went from 10 to midnight over at the train museum, and we actually spent the morning in the train museum, and that was fun because the morning in the train museum got a chance to walk around, pick up any vibes of the place. And that's a great way to describe it. There was just a particular vibe to the place. I remember that. Okay, so I'm just going to go on ahead and say drop. Let's see. I'm just going to say drop this in there. So we're just going to go edit, paste. I can't do paste. I can do this. Derp. Okay, so I'm just dropping that in. see, rip and delete. Everything shifts over. That's great. And I have to see if I think this part happens. First, I want to see if this part happens before or after I got back.
This is my friend T. I'm very sorry.
What is it?
Son. No. I think S-O-N. No.
Be careful.
I'm being very explained.
Son, be careful.
Yeah, that's a lot of echo. Hopefully, I don't have. Hopefully, I don't have that much echo to contend with. Let me drop in. Let me drop this in just to see what happens. Did I literally drop that in twice? I think I did. Oh, I did. Jeez. Okay. All right, so here's the lounge. And I'm setting up. I got the camera set up there. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. First off, one, yes, I realize there's a lot of echo here. here. So let me just double check and see if I have anything else. All right, so I've used. This is the only one I haven't used. So let's see where this picks up.
You're welcome.
Well, you know what? You know, William, you're a pretty okay guy. You are a very okay guy. I mean, we've been having this conversation for several minutes now.
Can you hear it?
Okay. All right. Let's see where this picks up. All right, too much. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Now,
can you hear it?
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting because we got can you hear it? You know. And I just got can you hear it over there? Okay. So let me just see.
Can you hear it?
It's a little clear on the H4.
Can you?
Okay.
Can you hear?
Can you hear it?
Can you hear it?
not with our ears. And we would love to be able to hear you. We have.
All right, so the audio is a little off. I think I can fudge with it a bit. Let's see what magic I can work. Okay. No, it's that. That's the tool I want. Okay. Does not necessarily have to be a lot.
Can you hear it?
Not with our ears. And we would love to be able to hear you. We have.
All right, it's still off. It's still off. All right. Now, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, chat, what's happening is that there's something weird happening with my there's something off happening. Oh dear. There's something happening with my audio. I can't seem to I can't seem to get. I can't seem that when my audio and my video are in sync. I can't seem to get my audio and video in sync. It's been a little frustrating, and I'm not sure if it's the codec or if it's something in the cameras that I'm missing. I'm not sure what's going on there. All right, so let me just try 10 frames.
Can you hear it?
Not with our ears. And we would love to be able to hear you. We have several devices here, several doodads that will absolutely.
Okay, all right. So I can tell that his video is off there. So let me just put it back to sync. So move into sync. Oh, actually, let me. No. I'll keep it simple. I could have said slip into sync. Yeah, hang on. There we go. Okay.
Hear you.
Yeah, you can see.
That will absolutely hear you.
Yeah, you can see that it's off a little bit. I'm in a badly dubbed kung fu movie. I know, right, Walker? I got to do better by you. All right. So let me try again to slip this out of sync. All right. Okay, let me do it this way. So this is 20 frames off. This is 20 frames off. Let's see how this looks.
Here. Several doodads that will absolutely hear you.
Okay, so you say absolutely here.
That will absolutely hear.
And you say and yet on the video you say that over here. So let me see how far off I can. Yeah, I can only bring it. Yeah, I can only bring it all out of sync. All right, hang on.
That will absolutely doodads. That will absolutely.
All right, that means I need to go here and take a little more off. Take a little more off the top, Mr. Morris. All right. All right. So what I'm doing here, chat, is I'm laying down the groundwork. I'm trying to make sure that I've got everything set to play around with.
That will absolutely hear you.
Oh my God, it's working now.
That will absolutely hear you.
Okay, so this is in sync now. Like the band, this is in sync. Now, I'm going to go to this audio, and I'm going to drop. I'm going to get these two bits of audio into sync, and I'm going to trade out the rough one for the good one. Okay.
You're welcome.
Well, you know what? You know, William, you're a pretty okay guy. You are a very okay guy. I mean, we've been having this conversation for several minutes now.
Can you hear it?
All right, that's it. Can you hear it? Okay, so that's. If I remember correctly, Walker, you started talking to some dude named Wayne. And because I'm out there, I don't know. Since I didn't hear the lead up to this, I don't have the context. As in, how do you know it was Wayne? What was the context? You always have to. Now, this was your first investigation, so you were opening yourself up quite a bit, maybe a little too eagerly. But that's you know, we can talk about that later. Okay, let me first. And that's not me saying, oh, you did this wrong. I'm saying that this was a different situation that I wasn't quite ready to walk into. But you know what? You make adjustments. So here we go.
Not with our ears. And we would love to be able.
So let me just see how close I caught it. If I nailed this, I'll be amazed.
Not with our ears. And we would love to be able to hear you.
Okay, there's a little bit of an echo there. Let me see if I can tighten that up. Now, you've heard me talk about it before. Isn't there AI that should be able to help me out with this? Yes, but the AI isn't perfect. So sometimes you have to be able to just go on ahead and bullet on your own. All right, let's see how this sounds.
And we would love to be able to hear you. We have several devices here, several doodads that will absolutely hear you.
Okay. I think we got it. Don't we all wish we were fast as lightning? I think we found that out. We'd all find that a little bit frightening, even with our expert timing. Okay. So I'm going to have this as my back. Shit. This is my... No, what's going on? Why is it... There you go. Val was hitting with regular ghost tube, and I think it was feeding me names. Okay. So remember what I would say earlier. What I would say about this is, just because you got the name Wayne doesn't necessarily mean you're talking to somebody named Wayne. Still, you're doing fine at present. Let me just see how this goes.
Not with our ears. And we would love to be able to hear you. We have several devices here, several doodads that will absolutely hear you. See, no, sir. I have been called many things, but false is not one of them. Here, several doodads. We would love to be able to hear you. We have several devices here. Hear you.
Okay. This looks like a good place to come in. Keep in mind, chat, I have not seen this footage since we shot it. So this is all brand spanking new. But we are in the lounge and roughly 44 minutes. So let's see what we can find in this amount of time. All right.
We have several devices here, several doodads that will absolutely hear you. See,
all right. So Val is reading off her ghost tube. All right, that's good to know. Thank you for that clarification, Walker. I just got to zip forward and bring some of this stuff forward. Bra ba 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 ba. Okay. All right. We get false. All right, away we go. Names and words, all right?
that will absolutely hear you. See, no, sir. I have been called many things, but false is not one of them.
Now I'm trying to figure out what I'm recording on the other camera. I will look at that footage later, but presently let's just stick with that because yeah, here's the H4, Here's Sonic. We've got Simon here. I think I might be looking at the K2 meter, and then I'm not sure if this is GhostTube Seer that John has running, but we'll find out as we push forward. Oh, you had Seer running and was using that to get responses. Got it. We're
I've
good.
been called many things, but false is not one of them. At least not recently. That device over there on that chair, the fuzzy one. If you talk into it, we'll hear you. If you just want to play yes or no.
Obviously, we don't have Fast Eddie rolling right now. Whoop, darn it! I did it again. Shit. And before I go any further, I do want to check. One thing. Okay, so I've got Kenneth video. So what was I shooting there? What was I shooting there, T? Tell me what you were shooting there. All right. Okay. Oh, did I just put those two? Yeah, I put those two pieces of video in here. Derp. Okay, let's cut those. And let's... No. Oh. Paste. There we go. All right, so there's this one. Is this me? Is this me on the handheld? It is me on the handheld.
Conversation for several minutes now.
Can you hear it?
Not with our ears.
Okay. So that's the begin. I'm sorry, I'm looking at something over here. I got you, boss. I know you do, buddy. I know you do. All right, so that was Nightwing? That was Nightwing. So that means that on Vision, Vision should have been the one on the table, right? That looks like the theater. Yeah. All right. Well, that's even more interesting because it looks like whatever's recording here, I didn't catch it, or I've accidentally deleted over it. The thing I'm noticing about the Minolta cameras is it uses a naming convention that drives me freaking bananas, and I can't seem to get a hold of it. So I just need to. I need to figure out the workaround with the smaller cameras. Smaller cameras, they're just pain in the asses. Okay, so let's get back to. So now we're getting back into this. So I'm not going to worry about this camera or my handheld camera.
Or no, red light, green light. See, piece of cake.
You're doing good here, John. I will say you're doing real good here.
If you want, we have, as I said, we've got this device this doohickey right here that goes red to yellow to candy apple red, and everybody loves going candy apple red. Bible, okay.
Interesting.
Were you a minister, William?
Funny thing is, we got
Candy apple
Bible,
red.
as you saw.
Everybody loves going candy apple red.
We got Bible. We ironically we got Bible at the very beginning of a session that we did in the green room. So this is our second time getting Bible. Okay.
Everybody loves going candy apple red. Bible, okay. Were you a minister, William? Were you a minister and that's why you don't imbibe? It's even better. Were you a Mason? Were you a member of the lodge here? The Knights Templar?
Okay, we got another thumb coming here, but I don't think we need it, so I'll just delete it.
I mean, I am willing to discuss the secrets if you are. Would you like? Would you like a drink? Because I'm getting a little parched from doing all this talking. In fact, I got a great idea. My friend T here, I know he has been champing at the bit. To ask you a multitude of questions, so I am going to hand off to him, if you would be so kind, Mr. Morris.
Well, I just want to find out. I sat down, I threw all these gadgets out here for you. I know, and I probably overwhelmed you a little bit. Did you want me to back away? I'm sorry if I disturbed you, because when I came down here, I was unaware you were having a conversation with my buddy John. Do you want me to walk away? Because I just happened to catch.
80s Kid over on YouTube. Do I like the new Solace? Yes, I do. We are not showing it off here, but in our season premiere, which is coming up in April, we did use it on the USS North Carolina, and you probably saw it in our channel. But yeah, I did a special 5-minute paranormal, threw it out there. It was a review of the Solace. I've been very happy with it so far. I think our next 5-minute paranormal is going to be almost like a follow-up review. I'm going to be doing a follow-up about GhostTube, and I'm going to be talking specifically about the most common misconceptions and myths about GhostTube that we've been getting in the comment section of our review. But yeah, I like the Solace. It is a major jump, a major investment compared to the Eddy. But the thing about Eddy versus Solace is Solace has people that are ready to work with it. People are ready to service it if you need that kind of attention, and it works compared to the Eddy where the guy just went completely dark. So I don't know what to tell you in that respect. But yeah, I think it's good. Are you in the market for one? Did you have any questions about it? Feel free 80s Kid to ask me. I'm open and ready to talk about it.
The lights you were making turn yellow and red, and it was really impressive. But
Yeah, it was so impressive I forgot to hit record apparently. Or let me look at that.
I don't want to cramp your style. I don't want to.
Yeah, I see the red light going, so it should be recording. I don't know what happened to the footage.
Away. So if you
It might have
want
gotten
me to
erased.
Back away. I'll more than happily back away. You want to show me on the KT meter whether you want me to stay or go?
Welcome back, everybody.
You got it.
Oops. No. Good gravy. What do I do? All right. Let's see back here. Nope, not that. And where is YouTube? There's YouTube. There we go.
On the K2 meter, whether you want me to stay or go. If you want me to go, just make. Got it?
Okay. I'm assuming with a capital G. Still a bit wired. I'm going to see if I can get my notes cohesive while I'm thinking about it. Good on you. Good on you. Well done, Van.
Go, just make. Got it?
Guide. Oh, excuse me. Man. I was worked up today.
Go, just make. Got it?
That's what you're doing.
You can either make those light up, or you can make it real simple. I'll even show you how easy it is. You can either say, T, I want you to leave. Or T, I want you to stay. You make one of those sides light up. None of these devices can hurt you. I'm sure John told you that.
Yep.
None of these devices can hurt you. But I know I was moving really fast, and I might have disturbed the balance of everything. So if you've gotten used to me now, you've gotten used to me.
The guy that, William, there was a William who actually was responsible for the name of this town, Clifton Forge. His name was not Day, but it was Lyle. But his forge was literally on the river.
That's why I didn't want me calling him Mr. Day. Learn something new every day.
Also found out there was a lynching in 1891 in Clifton Forge. Run
Come
away.
back it off in there.
Excuse me?
Run away.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Interesting. It said run away.
Learn something new every day.
Also found out there was a lynching in 1891 in Clifton Forge. Run away.
Okay. All right, so we went from guide to run away.
Come back it off in there.
Excuse me?
Run away. Yeah. They did try and run away.
Do you want me to run away? Green for yes, red for no.
So what you see me draw from that box, this is our archive. This is the archive of nearly 4 years, and that's what you collect in just about 4 years' time. And I've got two cards here from the time period covering when we were in Clifton Forge. And I'm going to see if I can't find this camera, because this camera is recording. It is recording. I just got to figure out where on those cards.
You light it up green, I will pack up, I will walk out of here. I've got no problem.
Bestie swears I have ADHD because I do this all the time. I get into doing multiple things at once, forget about 3 of them for an extended period. It happens. It happens to us. Happens to the best of us. I did purchase a solace and plan on using it next month on a hunt. I'm on a new paranormal team, Echoes. Okay. Oh, wait. Beach Bum Entertainment. I remember you and I talked previously. We've done 6 investigations and anticipate our videos to be uploaded soon. I remember you and I talked because I remember Echoes and Beach Bum Entertainment. Cool. Okay. Planning on using next month. Can you say where? Can you say where where you've been or where you're headed? I'm just curious. It's a great device. It's a great device. I would recommend, even though it's a deploy and leave, have a small camera on it and have it record your the activity. That's going to be a help, and take advantage of that setting where you can say, hey, at this thing send a mark, at this ring send a mark. The automatic marking feature on it is absolutely fantastic. It is great. I love it. Okay.
I'm just here, simple traveler, looking for knowledge. And a drink.
We keep saying and a drink because there's a bar right behind us. That's the other thing.
Which is why we're down here. We're here to talk and drink. This is where friends are made. Talk and drink. This is where friends are made. And we're friends, right, William? You want to light up the green and tell if we're friends? I would be flattered and honored.
I believe that the walking was in fact me. I was moving around quite a bit.
But if we're still just kind of in the getting to know you stage, go ahead and hit the red side, and I will accept that. I'm used to being in the friend zone. It's okay. I will happily,
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
I will happily accept you as a friend, though.
Would you like to talk to one?
You've had a big day too, haven't you, buddy? Yeah.
The others here?
I have a big old unit rubbing up against my legs over here. I know, giggity.
Got that scent again. William, are you talking to a young lady here? Is that why you're ignoring me now? I mean, I don't blame you.
That's what she said.
Thank you, Van. Make all of us jump. This is why I don't do blurp sound effects during investigations. That would be too much power in the hands of my hey, come here, you unit. Ah. Sorry, we got a little kitten time right here.
What's up? Yeah. No, I don't want to be a Mike. I don't want to be a Mike, Dad. I don't want to be a Mike. I don't want to be a Mike. Hi, chat. Hi. It's Hudson. He took me to the vet today. Game over, man. Game over. But I love my dad. I do. I love my dad. I'm the unit. 16.7 pounds. Yeah, bring it. Bring it. Yeah.
And he has the highest pitched he has the highest pitched meow of any of the cats. He was looking at me with these big old eyes. He was looking at me with these big old eyes today from his carrier in the car, and he just went, ooh, and I'm like, oh, come on, dude. But he got his rabies and his distemper. He's fine. He's fine. He's also a unit.
William, are you talking to a young lady here? Is that why you're ignoring me now? I mean, I don't blame you. I would ignore me for a young lady too.
Yeah, that sound is me walking back to the table.
William, are you still here with us?
I think he took off. I really do.
I may have started when I started throwing stuff on the table.
No. There's a scent.
When you say a scent, what do you mean by that?
Like a sachet, like a very like soap or a perfume, very light, but it's there. It's right back in here.
Is there a lady over by John?
If there is. If there's a lady right here, I'm single.
Look at John. Look at John making a play. I love cats like that. One of mine has a broken meow. Yeah. All right, I think I'm going to try to work in a second camera angle here just to see if I can make this work. Now, there's that one. And there's this one when I came in to sit down. All right, let me just see here.
Well, then, take a moment.
There's a picture, I don't mean to, it's not alarming. There's not an alarming picture, John, but my phone is pointed towards you and there's a picture of a woman standing behind.
Okay, not sure what that was. Just okay here.
We've been having this conversation for several minutes now.
Hold on, chat.
Not with our ears.
Okay, not with our ears. Okay. So I think I have that. Whoop.
We have several devices here. For several minutes now.
Can you hear it?
Okay, I'm gonna bring it in there. Okay, let's see here. We got ladies. You're investigating the Greene County Poor Farm. I'm in Waynesburg, PA. I know exactly where you are. The Denny House, right? In Sutton, West Virginia. Soon to be demolished Jewish Center. I think I know the one you're talking about in Uniontown, PA. And a private home in Gettysburg. Wow, you're busy. Well done. We'll be returning to Waynesburg for the Huffman House and Balbury Library, where I'll finally use the solace. You're on the go, man. You're on the go. That's nice. That's nice. Very nice. All right, I'm going to do this real quick. I'm just going to say, I want to find that moment you say not with our ears, which was near the beginning. Going back 7 minutes. Going back to the beginning.
We have several devices here. Several doodads that will absolutely.
All right, so I need to go a little further in, like when I'm sitting down.
Not with our ears. And we would love to be able to hear you. We have several devices here, several doodads that will absolutely.
And now you see why you always have to have a recorder. If you're using some of these smaller cameras, the smaller cameras are really the onboard mics are absolute crap. They are absolute crap. So you're better off getting like an external recorder like a H2 or an H4, and you'll get pristine audio. All right. So I got that. I think if I just drop it in here. I'm not ready to get a new mouse. Okay, so let me just see how well this syncs up.
Doodads that will absolutely hear you.
False.
See, no.
Wow, that's actually pretty
Sir,
damn good.
I have been called many things, but false is not one of them. At least not recently. That device over there on that chair, the fuzzy one. If you talk into it, we'll hear you. If you just want to play yes or no, red light, green light, see? Piece of cake. If you want it, we have, as I said, we've got this device this doohickey right here.
All right.
That goes red to yellow to candy apple red, and everybody loves going candy apple red.
Bible.
Bible, okay. Were you a minister, William? Were you a minister, and that's why you don't imbibe?
Nope, didn't want to do that. Control and control again.
Were you a Mason?
Ah, it's even better. Were you a Mason? Were you a member of the lodge here?
Okay, so now we're getting in a second camera angle. Not too bad.
The Knights Templar?
Always nice to get in the second camera angle. And if I can find it, I have a third camera angle, but I can do that as an inset.
I am willing to discuss the secrets if you are. Would you like a drink? Because I'm getting a little parched from doing all this talking. In fact, I got a great idea. My friend T here, I know he has been champing at the bit.
Champing at the bit, chomping at the bit, same thing. Same thing. We're good. We're good.
I know he has been champing at the bit to ask you a multitude of questions. So I am going to hand off to him, if you would be so kind, Mr. Morris.
Well, I just want to find out. I sat down, I threw all these gadgets out here for you, I know. And I probably overwhelmed you a little bit. Did you want me to back away? I'm sorry if I disturbed you, because when I came down here, I was unaware you were having a conversation with my buddy John. Do you want me to walk away? Because I just happened to catch. the lights you were making turn yellow and red. And it was really impressive. But I don't want to cramp your style. I don't want to get in your way. So if you want me to back away, I will more than happily back away.
Last hour is always
Show me
interesting.
on the KT meter whether you want me to stay or go. If you want me to go, just make.
Guide.
Is it got it?
Guide.
Guide.
That's what you're doing.
You can either make those light up, or you can make it real simple. I'll even show you how easy it is. You can either say, T, I want you to leave, or T, I want you to stay. You can make one of those sides light up. None of these devices can hurt you. I'm sure John told you that.
Yep.
None of these devices can hurt you. But I know I was moving really fast. None of these devices can hurt you.
Okay. None of these devices can hurt you. We're all good here.
But I know I was moving
we're all
really
fine
fast.
here now. Thank you. How are you?
And I might have disturbed the balance of everything. So
Probably did.
if you've gotten used to me now, if you've gotten used to it,
The guy that, William, there was a William who actually was responsible for the name of this town, Clifton Forge. His name was not Day, but it was Lyle. But his forge was literally on the river.
Okay. That's why I didn't want me calling him Mr. Day. Learn something new every day.
Also found out there was a lynching in 1891 in Clifton Forge. Run
I'm
away.
backing off anyway.
Excuse me?
Run away. Yeah, they did try and run away.
Do you want me to run away? Green for yes, red for no.
Trying to remember where I went. Oh. Guess I went on a tiki tour.
You light it up green, I will pack up, I will walk out of here. I've got no problem. I'm just here, simple traveler, looking for knowledge. And a drink. Which is why we're down here. We're here to talk and drink. This is where friends are made. And we're friends, right, William? You want to light up the green? Are made. And we're friends, right, William?
It's a beautiful lounge. It's a beautiful theater. Man, I want to get back there. All right. So what you're hearing is me walking to the back.
You want to light up the green and tell if we're friends, I would be flattered and honored. But if we're still just kind of in the getting to know you stage, go ahead and hit the red side. And I will accept that. I'm used to being in the friend zone. It's okay. But I will happily accept you as a friend, though.
The last hour of an investigation in space is always fascinating to me because it's either going to be popping and locking or it's going to be quiet. It's going to be a quiet session. And there's stuff happening at this session, but it's hard for us to capture because there are a lot of personal experiences that John is having. He's picking up on the scent of a woman, and he's trying to figure out what's going on there. So there's a lot happening here, but not as much as it was happening in the green room. It does feel dramatically different here, though. It feels dramatically different.
Would you like to talk to one of the others here?
I know personally I was running out of juice for a lot of my lights and things like that. I was on the bones of my butt when it came to batteries.
Got that scent again.
I think that's where I'll pick up the camera. Right there.
Would you like to talk to one of the others here?
Got that scent again.
I'm doing something with the camera, obviously.
William, are you talking to a young lady here? Is that why you're ignoring me now? I mean, I don't blame you. I would ignore me for a young lady too.
William, are you still here with us?
I think he took off.
Attention, all personnel. Ads in 15 seconds. Ads in 15 seconds. That is all. Now, for those of you over on YouTube, you probably shouldn't or won't notice anything you won't notice any ads. I'm just doing a live, and over on Twitch, I am running ads, but over on YouTube, you should be seeing the stream just as normal. But hey, does anybody have any questions about the space? Any questions for me? Feel free to ask. That is why I do these live video reviews, so that people can see the other side of paranormal investigation. It's not all investigation. It's not all being in the space. You're also basically grabbing a lot of data, and eventually you got to look at it. You got to look at it, and you got to go, what does it all mean? And that's what we're trying to deduce right here.
I may have started throwing stuff on the table.
No. There's a scent.
When you say a scent, what do you mean by that?
Like a sachet, like a very like soap or a perfume, very light, but it's there. It's right in here.
Gonna have to talk to you about your language there, John. Remember, I'm trying to keep it PG. I know you said fracking, and you're good. You're good. I appreciate you, John.
Is there a lady over by John?
If there is there? If there's a lady right here, I'm single.
You charmer,
That's
you.
T moving. My apologies. Oh no. I mean, I'm happy. You know, I'm happily single, but I would not mind changing that. Call me.
Stud. You do have to be careful about that sort of thing. You don't want to necessarily make an invitation to something because you want to be real careful that nothing follows you home. I enjoy a good paranormal investigation. That doesn't mean I want necessarily anybody moving into the house. And that's just me.
If you're a young lady here, would you like me to buy you a drink? Would you allow me the honor of buying you a drink?
So now this is me setting up Taika.
Are we bothering you here? By being here?
Wow.
Now, unfortunately, I don't think John sent me... John, I don't think you sent me all of the ghost tubes. So I don't know if I'm... Should have asked you to describe it or just send it to me. That's on me. I should have been more diligent in asking you, you know, send me what you're getting on GhostTube. So that's on me.
It is a pleasure to meet you. Whoever you might be.
Oh, I think I see the angle that I have on Taika here. It amazes me how quiet GhostTube is. Oh. I just said it amazes me how quiet GhostTube is, and then we get a hit on GhostTube. So let's try that again.
That's mine.
Bedtime?
That's mine.
Oh, bad time.
That's mine.
Bad time.
That's mine.
What's yours?
Did you just move your, did somebody just like move a camera or something?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
My apologies.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to see what it was.
I mean, I'm very shy, believe it or not. I'm a little, I hide it well. I mean, I'm very shy, believe it or not. I'm very shy, believe it or not. I'm a little, I hide it well. But there are times when it gets really overwhelming. And I would just like you to talk.
It's what we want.
It's what we want.
And I would just like you to talk. And I would just like you to talk.
It's what we want.
That's the second time we've got that tonight. It's what we want.
What? What is what you want? For me to...
So we've gotten Bible twice, it's what we want twice, and interesting.
Feel
Very
awkward? Because, hey, mission accomplished. I just want to talk. Is that what you want? To talk? We're right here. You have 4 people.
So, just as a side note, you should note that we are already 10 minutes in, but it's going by a lot faster because I'm not, because I don't have a device. That's the downside of a slow period in investigation. Nothing happens. We review. We tweak the video a bit.
Receptive to what you have to say.
But I'm not making notes of anything interesting that's happening.
Are you shy because you're not used to people talking?
Again, not an orb, probably dust from the way it was falling, or possibly a bug. I think it was probably dust, because I'm moving a lot of furniture and stuff around.
Talking to you like this?
That's scent.
Especially if we're the first people to talk to you, I imagine it can be. Especially if.
I should also point out too, this is the first time this theater has been investigated. So yes, we were getting on the top floor. We were getting a lot of "Who are you? Why are you here? Who are you? Why are you here? Who are you? Why are you here?" I returned after completely forgetting I had Twitch downloaded for the entirety of winter. Well, Icy, welcome back. I appreciate that. My Flux device green light keeps being triggered throughout an investigation with no explanation. Is that something you've experienced? That's a great question there, 80s. It depends. If I have a light that's constantly going off, I usually will tighten up the field to where it's only a foot on either side. I notice that when I've got a lot of distance on either side, and when I'm at the 4 feet, or wait, it goes 1, 2, 4, and I believe 8 feet. When it's at its max, it's really super sensitive. So I tend to keep it really on a tight band, like one foot in either direction or 2 feet in either direction. If you tighten up the field and the problem still persists, I would reach out to GhostTube and ask them, do you have any easy ways to reset the distance, or do I need to take it and send it back to Ghost Stop? Now, the nice thing about Ghost Stop is their tech support is really, really solid. It's really solid. They take great care of the gear. They take great care of customers who have the gear. For a great example is my partner Phil Rossi. He got one of the early dead bells, and it was a challenge, to say the least. And he eventually gave me the ghost bell and said, "T, can you see if they want to, service it or something?" I said, "Sure." So I took it in, and they went out and just flat out replaced it. I think what they were doing is they were trying to get as many of the early dead bells off the market, and they replaced it. They replaced Phil's with a brand new dead bell with a brand new design, and we actually used it at this place called Annaberg, and it worked like a charm. It was frighteningly accurate. So yeah, I think just try a tighter band. And if it's still happening, especially if it's happening at 1 foot on either side, I would then say you've got a bigger issue, and go on ahead and just contact Ghost Stop and find out when they can get to it. Okay, hope that's a help.
Especially if we're the first people.
And how are you, Icy? It's good to have you in chat.
Rather disquieting because no one's been to talk to you, and now all of a sudden
this team pops up.
said it was soap kind of smell?
Soap, like
Yeah.
the fancy kind.
Yeah. Yeah, like a very, you go to a spa or something like that.
A lavender,
Yeah.
almost. It's
That's
right. It's in my nose, dude. It's actually okay.
Mary, is this you?
That's good over
A little boy playing violin.
Now, did Pip send me? Oops. Did Pip send me her ghost tube or her seer stuff? Let's find out, shall we? Hawkeye. Oh, Walker. I have a file here called Walker. There's the stream. Vision, Taika, Nightwing, Hawkeye. Huh. I wonder if I even downloaded this stuff from Pip. Shame on me if I didn't. Shame on me if I didn't. Okay. I just want to see what Walker had sent me. It might have just been, oh no. Oh no. Walker, I stand corrected. It looks like you sent me all your stuff. So I just got to go through and find whichever one is from the Chit Chat in the Lounge. Good to know, though. Good to know that you took care of that. So now I just got to find out where Pip's stuff is. Okay. See, Walker is a better paranormal investigator than he gives himself credit for. Still got some room to grow, and he will. But yeah, very interesting. Okay.
A little boy playing violin.
So this is. Is that what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Too many things around you that is scaring you away.
Okay.
Is that what? Oh, I'm sorry.
Too many things around you that is scaring you away. None of these things will hurt you.
None of us will hurt you either. Do you like cowboys? Do you like westerns?
I'm thinking of a little boy playing the violin that maybe shows musicals.
I just got a cowboy. So
Okay, so now I gotta find something to sync up with that.
There you go. He was walking down a hallway. I'll show you the pictures. It's really it's like, hey, dummy. It's it's a cowboy. Wow.
So now I got 3 cameras on Walker. Okay.
Wow. This is really, I'm really happy. I'm honored that you've come here, that you've allowed us to stay here to speak to you. And I'm getting shy again, so if you want to say something, now is the time, because I'm getting to the point where I'm actually going to need to leave the room.
Hag.
What?
Hag.
Going to need to leave the room.
Hag.
It's never a good night when somebody calls you a hag. Okay.
I'm getting to the point where I'm actually going to need to leave the room.
Hag.
What?
Hag.
That's cool.
Okay.
And we just got what looks like green.
What?
Hag.
That's cool.
Now, what's interesting about that? It is so we did get something on here, and it was green, but it was it's also movement, because it's got that beep, it's got that short beep. I'm always partial. I'm partial to movement than I am to temperature, because movement's a little harder to dismiss, especially when you don't see anything moving here. So I'm just going to back it up so that we can see if we see any bugs or anything like dust or otherwise moving. Let's just see here. Looks like I didn't have any previous ones. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to be. No. That was a mistake. Okay. So I'm gonna move this down here. And then I'll move this over here.
What?
Hag.
That's cool.
Okay. I think I already told you this before, but the closest I've had to a ghost was just hallucinating from lack of sleep. That can happen, Icy. That can happen. I don't expect everybody that comes here to have some type of belief in, or even have an experience with the paranormal. If you have an experience with the paranormal, fantastic. I mean, that's always a great story to tell. But for me, what I'm more interested in are people coming into this channel and either asking me, why do you believe in this stuff? Or I'd like to know what separates you from other people that do this. Because those are legit questions, I feel. Those are legit questions. And I'm not trying to convince anybody one way or the other. I'm here to try to figure out what's going on in a space, and then trying to build the narrative without building a dangerous one. I believe more in history than I do in what the devices are telling me. I would prefer to see the devices give me data, and then I can go back and say, okay, well, let me do some research, and let me find out what's what. And when the research and the data corroborate, then I go, okay, there might be something here. Saw some ghost women peeking around corners at me and whispering to me, and the one time I looked at her, she vanished. Yeah, that and this what you're describing, that's normal. You can, if you are not if you are lacking sleep,
I'm getting to the point where I'm actually
a lot of
going to
weird.
need to
You're going to
leave
see
the
some
room.
weird stuff. So
What?
make sure you're getting plenty of sleep.
That's cool.
Okay, that's something. That's something.
Would you like me to?
I wasn't very clear.
Got a red on the sign of the wall.
Oh, I got a red on Simon, not a green. I got a red on Simon. Okay. Whoa. Shoot. So I got a red on Simon. Not a green. Not a green, but a red. Okay. And then it looks green, but it's red.
The room.
You want to?
What?
Dang. That's cool.
Okay.
Might be better if I do it this way.
You want to?
What?
Dang. That's cool.
Okay.
That is
that's
better. That is better. That way people notice where the light pops on. Okay. Let's see.
where I'm actually going to need to leave the room.
You want to?
What?
Okay, you got it. You got it.
Okay, that's something. That's something.
I hear you, man.
Do you want?
No big
Would you
deal.
like me to?
I wasn't very clear.
Got a red on the sign of the wall.
Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to stay? Go to green if you want me to stay. If you go to, I'm gonna, this is not an ultimatum. This is just I for my own self need to know if you want me to stay. If you want me to stay, I'm gonna count to 3, make that go green.
Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I stay, there will be trouble. If I go, there will be trouble. If I stay, it will be double. Sorry, everybody. All right.
If he goes green, I will stay, and we'll still have a lovely conversation. Okay? But if it does not turn green, I will leave because I need a drink and I need a.
So the chime is that's Pips. That's Pips Ghost Tube Seer. That's Pips Ghost Tube Seer.
Okay? But if it does not turn green, I will leave because I need a drink and I need a moment. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Got it. I do need a moment though.
Take a moment.
There is a picture, I don't mean to, it's not alarming.
That was me.
There's not an alarming picture, John, but my phone is pointed towards you and there's a picture of a woman standing behind.
Yeah, I need to find out if Pip uploaded her stuff.
You, and there's just a blank space where you would be sitting.
Oh.
Yeah, like she's just looking down, like, look.
Yeah, I gotta go.
I'm gonna go upstairs. These are the elevator's right behind us, John. No, I'm gonna walk it. Okay. I'm gonna walk it. Is it being a bit much?
It was probably very intense. I mean,
I'm getting quite cold. I know it's getting night. It's late and down. Down.
So I'm curious, 80s kid. I know I probably swung by Beach Bum Entertainment and checked out Echoes. How long have you been doing this? How long have you been in paranormal investigation? You have me curious. All right.
Light. Down.
got another way of letting you let us know that you're here.
And just for my friends, to let you know, we are coming up on an ad break over on Twitch. So just go on ahead and settle on in after that, or take yourself a break. You know, get up, stretch your hammies, walk around a bit, get yourself some hydration. We'll see you all in about a minute and a half. Thank you for watching the ads, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight. We are currently, for just a quick update for the folks that are not seeing ads, because yes, you can skip ads if you sub to the channel. But for those of you who are not seeing ads on Twitch, for those of you who are over on YouTube, we are at the Masonic Theater in Clifton Forge, Virginia. And Walker, who's having a very intense experience, he has he has given himself a break. So I have taken the hot seat and put a cat ball there, and we're going to see if we get any kind of activity. I have no recollection of what happened here.
It's just a ball that reacts to movement. So if you tap it,
ooh, look at that. Now my question is, was it red or was it green? I'm just going to check this real quick. It was red. Okay. And it was movement again. That's the thing. It was movement.
so
It's one reason why I like Simon so much. The thing I love about Simon is that he is not necessarily reliant on magnetism or EMF or anything like that. He is more about movement. Movement and temperature change. Now, temperature change, I'm hot and cold about, pardon the pun, but movement, I'm all about it. I'm all about that. Okay.
so if you tap it, okay, that's a.
Wait a minute. Did I get two?
So if you tap it, okay, that.
Now, what's interesting about that, I can't think of a time where I've gotten 2 rapid beeps like that in a row. So it is picking up movement of some kind, but I saw a bug, you know, kind of flitter on through here. So but that's a first. I can't think of a time that I've gotten 2 beeps like that.
It's just a ball that reacts to movement. So if you tap it, okay, that's a red for no. Would you have me? You want me to take that away? Or no, you don't want to talk to me? John needed a moment. Maybe if I overwhelmed you earlier, apologize if I did so.
Are you from here?
Yeah, not from Clifton Forge, but yes, I am from Virginia. Would you like to?
From here.
Apologize if I did so.
Are you?
I've been interested in the paranormal for over 10 years. Always wanted to do ghost hunts, and our team just started investigating last summer. Nice, nice. Be blunt with you, boss. I didn't want to leave, but I had to. No, that makes sense. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong
If
with
I
it.
overwhelmed you earlier,
You handled it just fine.
Apologize if I did so.
Sounds like you're staying busy there.
From here.
Yeah, not from Clifton Forge, but yes, I am from Virginia. Would you like to talk to me? Make the green light go off for yes, make the red light go off for no. None of these devices can hurt you, and we are not here to hurt you. We are just wanting to talk to you. And I'm wanting to talk to you. And I'm
Come on.
Wanting to talk to you. And I'm we are just wanting to talk to you. And I'm fair enough. Okay. I'll take my movement toy here. I just got one more question for you, and I promise I will leave you alone. Would you prefer to talk to John? Make the green light go off if you want to talk to John, or you can make the red light go off, and we can shut all this down and go home. How does that sound?
Roof. Now, what's interesting about roof? Now, what is very interesting about roof is we started this whole investigation from the top floor. So, yeah. Not necessarily the roof, but, you know, it's in that vicinity.
How does that sound?
Roof. I've got a lot of stuff about the roof. Yeah. Highs.
Okay.
And Simon is saying, pack up and go home.
Okay. We just got a red light. I think whatever's here is done.
No, it's done.
Yeah, D-O-N-E, done, right? That's
Yeah,
yeah,
D-O-N-E.
yeah. I think we're done. Whatever's here is done.
No, it's done.
Yeah, D-O-N-E, done, right? That's
Yeah,
yeah,
D-O-N-E.
yeah. I think we're done.
It was talking to John. It's done.
Yeah.
We didn't get a lot of that
All right.
conversation.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Remember, you have to stay here. You cannot follow us where we go.
You cannot follow John.
You cannot follow John. You have to give John his space. He was a little rattled, but you have to give John his space, and we're insisting on that.
So that's interesting because I have only the weird thing, right? The weird thing is that I don't have any other footage with John here. And
No, that is not even a you have to give John his space, and we're insisting on that.
I forgot about that. We basically said, you know, I totally forgot about that bit where we said
No, that is not.
where I said
That is not even a. That is not a bargaining chip. It's not an option. You have to stay here. John is leaving. Yes. It's not an option. You have to stay here. John.
Wow, I totally forgot about this. This is
Yeah.
interesting.
A bargaining chip. It's not an option.
I totally forgot about this. That we said you have to stay here, and thing got a little shirty with me. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Bargaining chip. It's not an option. You have to stay here.
And more fascinating still is you'll notice that there is nothing. We're not picking up any bugs or anything over here. There's nothing in that space.
Here. John is leaving. Yes. That is no. You are not playing this game with us. You need to back off, and you need to leave John be. It is that simple.
Well, we have a friend who is very good at cleansing off people.
Yeah. So it's leave John be. It is that simple.
Well, we have a friend who is very good at cleansing off.
Walker, this is one of the rare times that we've ever had this happen. Where, yeah, you weren't here for this, but I've never. This is one of the rare times that I've actually seen it beep red, like, you know, before it reset. These two times for it going red, it hadn't even reset. It beeped, and then stayed on red, and then it beeped again. Then it reset, and then it beeps red. So that's really interesting.
Who is very good at cleansing off people.
Yeah. So it's
So
not
she
even
will
an
make
option.
sure you stay here.
You can say no all you like. You are not coming with us. We are making that abundantly clear. You stay here. You leave John alone. He is part of our team. He is not in any way, shape, or form obligated to you. So you need to back off now. All right? Obligated to you. So you need to back off now.
That is very compelling. This is gonna sound odd, but yeah, I do like it when the gear does something unique. When the gear surprises me, I'm happy because that means that something's happening that we can't quite explain away.
So you need to back off now. All right. I think we should shut this down.
What happened to my candle?
It's in here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Even when I walked away, it still did it. Whew. Not gonna lie, John. That's a little creepy. That's a little creepy. I do find that a little unsettling.
Yep. Yep.
Now. All right. I think we should shut this down.
What happened to my candle?
It's in here.
Oh, yeah.
That's not disturbing at all. Yeah, I know, right, John? Oh, man. A lot of firsts here. A lot of firsts that that is fascinating.
Yep. So it seems to want to.
It still hasn't reset. It figures the only one who wants me to stay in is a spirit. I have that effect on people. Stop. Stop. Which is why when you're shutting things down, the last thing you want to do is shut down the cameras because you might catch.
So you need to back off.
You might catch something very interesting.
All right. I think we should shut this down.
Funnier still is we are like, yeah.
Yep.
We're even ignoring it. Because for it to reset the counter, I'm waiting for that to turn blue.
It's still saying no.
Yeah.
And just so you know, that little beep, that's a motion sensor, which means it's picking up something just
Well,
out of.
let's just shut the door on this device.
Unless, do you want me to sit there for a little bit?
Whatever's making it go off,
Yeah.
it's over. It's right in here.
I wonder if because you put the camera there, it's not happening.
Well, I wanted to
No,
get.
no, this one right over here.
Oh, that one?
No, it was this one. I was actually looking to get the.
can also tell I'm getting tired because words are failing me. Let's see. I didn't realize what a short session this was. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Get the EMF.
Did you?
EMF reader.
Did Phil wanted you intend to do a little something?
Yeah, I think he wants.
Did Phil wanted you intend to do a little something?
Yeah, I think he wants to do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
EMF.
Did you?
EMF reader.
Did
It's still beeping. It's still beeping red. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Did you? Did Phil wanted you intend to do a little something?
Yeah, I think he wants to do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna go up to the base camp. Okay. Take that key.
Well, hang on.
And take other things.
Yes, I was gonna say.
Don't bite my head off. What? No, I'm just gonna flounce off and leave you. Carry your own shit.
My wife. That was a very quick session, but wow. Is this the end of it? Yeah.
How you doing there, Islander? Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, and that's where I cut it off. Okay. So let me just see what remains of this footage. Wait a minute. Please hold. Call is very important to us. Oh no. No. I think we're nearing the end of the footage, I believe. Alright, hold on. Cut. That's where I turn off the audio, and then not sure what that's. All right, I think I might. I think I'm starting to get a little tired. Okay. Huh. By this time, I'm upstairs. By the time I'm upstairs, and I'm either talking to Phil or outside and getting cleansed by Jada. Yeah, good man. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this. And I'm going to take a breath. Because that was actually a pretty darn good night. That was a night of unexpected finds. I don't mind saying it was a night of unexpected finds. All right. I'm not really sure what it is about heavy metal and the paranormal. They don't always mesh, but it feels like it's the more appropriate music than, say, you know, your lo-fi or something like that. But yeah, tonight was a good night. We actually had something happen that I haven't seen. I have not seen the last time I remember the flux being that busy was when we were at TWA Flight 514, and it would get some rapid beeps, but that was the only time. That has been the only time. So let's see where I can take you to. Oh my God, Doug is still going. Uh-oh. I just saw him rub his eyes, so I can only assume, oh, it's my 11-month anniversary. I should celebrate it, but I'm actually heading to bed. Let's see. He's doing some. He's doing some. It looks like he's doing some Mario. He's like a Super Mario Maker. Okay, good on him. But yeah, that was interesting. I know the feeling. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I think though, instead of rating Doug, I think I'm gonna go on ahead and I'm gonna go drop in on Thormagander. I'm gonna go drop. Oh wait, actually, now looking at the modest following. Now looking at the modest following that we have going on here. You know what? I think I'm just gonna bow. I'm just gonna take a bow. Take a bow, call it a night, and then we'll pick it up again. Actually, tomorrow we should be, provided Pip is still interested and wants to do it. We will probably be going on ahead and doing some more split fiction. We're going to be doing the flashback Friday where we stream from the couch like I did back in the day, and Pip and I are going to do some more split fiction. That's if she's up for it. If she's not, then we might come back and start looking at some of Phil's footage. So yeah, let me just go on ahead and let me just take a gentle bow, call it a night, and thank everybody for being here. I really do appreciate it, both over on YouTube and over here on Twitch. I really, really love sharing this experience with you and showing you the other side of paranormal investigation. You all have a great night. I will see you all Friday for Flashback Friday. And then Saturday I should be back as the Bat, and we will be doing a little bit more of Batman Arkham Shadow. You all have a good night, everybody. I gotta tend to this, see what's going on there. Peace, everybody. See you later.